So welcome everybody to day two. So in terms of sustainability reporting, one of the areas where there's a lot going on, a lot of issues and concerns and so on that are all swirling around. Audit is there's an assurance rather. There are a lot of questions in that space, and what we wanted to do was to provide some context, because this came up, for example, in the CAG discussions on Monday. We wanted to give the board an insight into where things are, what the proposals are, what the issues are, and so on. So we thought it was a good opportunity to have this session today, just to give us an insight into that area. So Dave, perhaps you can add a bit to that introduction. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. So in addition to what Ian just said, at a number of board discussions, there's always audit questions that come up as well, and assurance questions. And Ross, Celine, and I have heard presentations from the audit board on what they're doing a few times. We thought this would be a really good opportunity for the board to hear what the International Assurance and Audit Standards Board is doing as it relates to sustainability assurance. So what we were able to do was we asked Claire Grayson, who's a principal with the Audit and Assurance Board, to present what she's been working on for the past 6 to 9 months. And it's actually a really timely presentation because, and I don't want to take much of Claire's fire here, and she'll walk you through the timeline, but what was just released last week was the Assurance and Audit Board is looking to approve their sustainability assurance standard in, I believe it's June or September, and Claire's been working very hard on that. So she'll be able to walk us through and tell us what's going on and what they're thinking about. So without further ado, Claire, I'll turn it over to you, and you can inform us what's been keeping you busy lately.
Thanks very much, Dave, and lovely to meet you all virtually. So I am the co-lead on the Sustainability Assurance project at the IPSASB, and yes, we have been working very hard on a new standard on sustainability. So, and I'll explain exactly what that project's all about. So next slide, please, Dave. So
we're just getting the slides up. Hang on, Claire.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I can see them.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So the project that we approved, the IPSASB approved last year, is very much driven by the public interest. And what we are developing is an overarching standard on sustainability assurance. And we want that standard to be timely, and we'll come to that later. It needs to address, as I said, the public interest, and definitely we're focusing on the public interest framework characteristics that you see there on the slide on the right in particular. We want the standard to be overarching, but still provide sufficient specificity to support consistent quality assurance engagements in this space. The standard will accommodate all sustainability topics, so whether the reports on emissions or biodiversity or equality or any sustainability matters, environmental, social, governance, impacts on society, or society, environment, or the economy, but also otherwise impacts on the entity. We are also accommodating all information disclosed about the topics, so whether that's strategy, risks and opportunities, metrics, targets, and so forth. And assurance on reporting under any framework, as long as that framework provides suitable criteria. So that could be a fair presentation or a compliance framework. It could be criteria developed by the entity, and could be voluntary or mandatory reporting. And certainly we're seeing a lot more mandatory reporting evolving in this space. It's going to be practitioner neutral. Some people say agnostic, as long as the practitioner meets the requirements, competence, and so forth. And it's underpinned by quality management and relevant ethical requirements. We're focused in this standard on attestation engagements only, not direct engagements. And our primary concern is general purpose reporting, but it does accommodate special purpose reporting as well. So next slide, please, Dave. So the purpose is to provide a global baseline for sustainability assurance. So what that means is that this first standard in a suite of international sustainability assurance standards, which will be called IPSASB 5000, General Requirements for Sustainability Assurance Engagements, will provide a foundation for future standards. So it'll provide the broad base from which we can then in the future look at topic specific or parts of the engagement specific standards to meet the needs of stakeholders. So we are still covering the entire engagement in this standard from acceptance of the engagement through to reporting, and it does include illustrative reports. But we are trying not to, it's already 200 pages, the standard, so we need to be careful not to dive too deep into specific areas. Next slide, please. This is the timeline that we've been working on. The project was proposed last September. The project proposal was approved last September. And we presented the requirements and application material on the priority areas that I'll come to in a moment. In December, we presented the rest of the requirements and application material in March, followed by the illustrative reports, the introduction and scope to our April board meeting. So we now have a complete standard that has been seen in some cases twice by the board, in other parts once by the board, and we will be presenting that to our board for approval as an exposure draft next week. We have a virtual call the week after where we hope the vote for approval will be successful. So the acceleration of the project was agreed by the board in April, and that is really to meet the public interest priority for timely standard. We see matters moving ahead very, very quickly, for example, in the EU with the CSRD coming into force relatively soon, and we really want this standard to be available, excuse me, if not applicable, in time for the start of their requirements for assurance. So the board agreed to reduce the time frame by 3 months. So we were planning to produce an ED by September, but we're now doing it now in June. Next slide, please, Dave. So how has this acceleration been possible? Besides lack of sleep, it's been possible through leveraging existing standards and guidance that we have currently. So we've drawn primarily or firstly on ISA 3000, which is our overarching standard for assurance engagements on engagements other than audits and reviews of historical financial information. It also draws on ISA 3000, which is our standard on greenhouse gas statements. Excuse me. And they have provided the foundation. We've then considered our non-authoritative guidance on applying ISA 3000 to extended external reporting assurance engagements that we published in 2021. And then we've considered recent thinking from our ISA's international standards on auditing and drawn on those where we needed further detail on matters such as other information that we consider in the assurance engagement, comparative information, addressing risks and so forth. And then we've made sure that we've addressed the priority areas in sufficient detail. So next slide, please, Dave. Those priority areas, and I'm not going to go into all the detail on this slide, and you're welcome to have a look at it later. Of course, those 6 priority areas that were identified through outreach and through conversations with our board last year are the work effort required for a limited assurance engagement versus a reasonable assurance engagement. And that one's been a really critical piece for stakeholders to understand. So we're trying to make that really, really clear in the standard. Being clear that suitable reporting criteria is essential for conducting the engagement, and how that criteria may be based on double materiality, or that is the impacts on the entity and the impacts of the entity on environment, society, or the economy. And how the assurance practitioner considers whichever sides of the coin are being covered by the framework. The scope of the engagement in setting out exactly what's to be assured is often a subset of the information that's been reported. The evidence challenges, sustainability information may be reported from the value chain, which is outside of the control of the entity. So there's significant challenges around gathering that information. Controls, systems and controls within entities are often quite immature in the area of sustainability, and present challenges for gathering reliable evidence. Systems of internal control to support that evidence gathering, and materiality, which is the same for limited or reasonable assurance, but there may be multiple materialities because you're dealing with many disparate topics within the sustainability frame. So they're the areas we've been concentrating on, but as I said earlier, our standard does cover the complete assurance engagement in addition to these priority areas. Next slide, please, Dave. We have encountered quite a number of further challenges as we've been drafting, and I've just mentioned a few of them here, which have been high priority ones as we've been progressing that drafting. The definitions, we've certainly been using or coining new terms, using engagement leader, for example, instead of partner, talking about sustainability matters instead of underlying subject matter. Sustainability information as being the matters reported rather than subject matter information, which is a term we commonly use in our standards. So trying to make those the terms that we use more accessible to the broader audience, particularly as our practitioners that will be applying this standard are not, many are not accountants from other professions. Groups and how groups is tackled, we tried to do a light touch so that the standard is not overwhelmed by the group situation. We have a separate standard for that in the auditing standards, but we've certainly put a lot of work into using the work of others, how you use the work of other practitioners, how you use the work of experts in conducting these engagements will be critical when they're across a wide range of jurisdictions through the value chain and so forth. Reporting, ensuring that the reports are comparable to audit reports, and so that there's confidence in what those reports are providing for users and those charged with governance, so boards of directors. Next slide, please, Dave. So the timeline that we are now looking forward to in terms of finalising the project, I mentioned that we are seeking approval of the exposure draft at our board meeting next week, and we will then be finalising the standard, preparing it for publication, and preparing our explanatory memorandum and questions for stakeholders. So we expect it will be published at the end of July or the first days of August, and that we will then have a 120-day comment period, allowing plenty of time for feedback during through to the first days of December. During that period, we'll be doing an intensive global outreach program, and on that note, we very much welcome IPSASB's input on those in the public sector that we should be including in that outreach. And then we'll be seeking, we'll be looking at those comments, obviously addressing those comments and addressing through redrafting with a view to final standard in the second half of 2024. We are certainly aiming for September 2024 for approval of a final standard, so that we can allow an 18-month implementation period, and wanting to get that out in the market as soon as we possibly can. Next slide, please. So just finally, that intensive global outreach that we've been conducting from August through to December this year, we'll be looking at a number of elements. We'll be doing some awareness raising, webinars and other videos and social media materials to make stakeholders aware that this has come out, and we want their feedback. We will be continuing to engage with key stakeholders, which we have been doing throughout the project so far. We'll be conducting a number of global roundtables across a variety of jurisdictions. We'll also be drawing on our board members and regulators in jurisdictions across the globe to conduct further events to discuss the exposure draft, and we'll be engaging directly with regulators, standard setters and other key stakeholders in those jurisdictions. So that wraps up what I wanted to share with you, and I'm really ready to hear what you would like to know, or any feedback that you have for the IPSASB.
So thank you, Claire, for that overview. Tremendously impressive in terms of the ground that you've covered and the way in which you're thinking about it and dealing with that very complex environment involving a lot of different professionals and so on to provide that template on the way forward. I know from the discussions we've had already this week that there are going to be a lot of questions, and perhaps if I can ask the board to now put any questions to you that they've got at this stage. Okay. Who would like to enter the ring first? Lynn, go ahead.
Claire, that was a really interesting and helpful presentation. Thank you for that. One thing that was going through my mind as you were speaking was clearly auditors can only audit something that has been properly prepared, and auditors shouldn't, don't give a higher level of assurance than actually the preparer themselves should be gaining in preparing the audit, in preparing the information that they submit for audit. So how is your project, if at all, covering the sort of attestations that preparers should be making, and in effect the assurance that auditors should expect preparers to have when presenting information to be audited in this area?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks very much, Lynn. So this standard is focused on attestation engagement. So what we would expect to have is a sustainability report of some kind. When I say of some kind, that is sustainability information could be, it could be emissions reporting standalone. It could be part of an annual report. It could be an integrated report. So in whatever form that sustainability information is being reported. So definitely we're expecting the attestation to be at least in the form of information reported against criteria that is suitable. And we do have quite a significant amount in our standard, the draft standard, around acceptance and continuance that looks very much at the suitability of the criteria that have been used, the appropriateness of the sustainability information that's being reported, as well as the sustainability information to be assured. And I mention those separately because the sustainability information reported to be appropriate needs to have gone through a process by the entity to have identified the appropriate topics to report on. So that's a critical piece for the assurance provider to understand, and very much is the responsibilities, as you say, of the entity, and in accepting the engagement of making sure it's really clear what the responsibilities of the entity are. And then that's reflected in the reporting end of our standard around the responsibilities that are reflected in the assurance report, both the entities, whether it's management or those charged with governance, or, and the practitioner, so that the practitioner, as you say, is not taking responsibility for the information that's reported. That's very much the entity needing to take that responsibility. I hope that answers your question.
You're getting nods on that one, Claire. Perhaps if I can just ask a question at this stage. One of the considerations that we've been having in thinking about the multi-stakeholder environment that the public sector works in is the relevance of GRI standards. And I know anecdotally that, obviously, GRI standards have been used by public entities around the world, in various different locations, and there are mixed levels of assurance, in terms of GRI reporting, I think, in both private and public sector. And I just wondered the extent to which you see the a new standard that you've been working on. How would that work, and how, to what extent have you been working with GRI on that?
Yeah, thank you. We have been talking to GRI extensively, and we are working closely with them. In fact, they're going to be working with us on our outreach and helping us reach particularly the non-accounting assurance practitioners, but also they've been providing us some really great insights into their standards. So we are very much engaging with the standard setters in the reporting area, and so great to also connect with yourselves. And we, I guess, are viewing, whilst we're open to all frameworks that provide, as I say, suitable criteria, we certainly see IPSASB standards and GRI standards as providing those I guess global baselines, on the one hand with the IPSASB for financial financial perspective, i.e. the impacts on the entity, and the GRI providing that sort of global baseline, if you like, for the impacts of the entity on environment, society, and economy. And so whilst they're certainly not the only standard setters that we're looking to, we certainly see GRI as being a very important provider of standards in this space. And I know they've also been working closely with EFRAG and in the development of the standards to support the CSRD in Europe. So and have that MOU with IPSASB. So we're sort of seeing, I guess, a bit of consolidation that was absent a number of years ago in this space, which is very, very helpful, I think, for stakeholders.
Thanks very much, Claire. That's very helpful to get that perspective. Todd, to you.
Hi, Claire. Thanks for the presentation. Interesting to hear what's going on. I was interested in your comment about this being assurance practitioner agnostic. And I know in New Zealand, we're certainly grappling with these sorts of things. And I was just wondering, in terms of putting your proposed standard together, what sort of groups you have been working with outside of sort of the broader accounting profession, because I know from some experience you've got a lot of different professionals or even non-professionals that could get into this space, and accountants or auditors are very well versed in things like independence and the need for quality and all of these things that don't necessarily translate in the same way to these other groups. And so I'm just interested in who you've been working with to try and get a standard that can work across different professions and even non-professionals.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. And it certainly is going to be very important to bring a wide range of professions a lot of professionals within a wide range of professions along the journey with us, and to make sure that this standard is fit for purpose and accessible to them. But as you pointed out, to make sure that those professionals are also adhering to appropriate quality management and ethical requirements. Now, we are working very closely with IPSASB, so with the Ethics Board, and they have projects underway to broaden the code to other non-accountants, so that to accommodate assurance being provided by non-accountants, but making sure that then the code can be applied more easily, or not more easily, but more readily by them. And so we, in our standards as drafted currently, and we will definitely be continuing to align with IPSASB as their project progresses, is we require the practitioners that apply the standard to have a system of quality management in place within their firm, equivalent to our quality management standards. Our quality management at the engagement level is embedded within the drafting of our standard already. So we don't preclude the possibility of other quality management standards or regulatory requirements, particularly because obviously a lot of regulators pick up the requirements from the international standard setters and embed them in their legislation. So it may be through that mechanism, but we do not preclude that there may be equivalent quality management requirements in national jurisdictions that could be applied, and likewise with ethics. We point to the Code of Ethics, but we also say or equivalent. The other ethics, again, often through regulatory embedding in legislation, there may be in different jurisdictions equivalent requirements to the code that can be applied. So we're open to that in order to still require the same playing field, still require the same level of quality management and ethics, particularly independence in conducting these engagements.
Thanks, Claire. Liang, you were next.
Thanks. It is impressive presentation. Actually, I come from an audit firm, and I understand currently we apply ISAE 3000 to do those, I should say, ESG related engagement. And you just said that the new assurance standard is just based on ISAE 3000 and 3410. Would you please highlight what's the key difference between ISAE 3000 and the new proposed assurance standard? And as I'm an auditor, do you have any recommendations that we as auditor how to well prepare and to apply the new assurance standard? Thank you.
Yes, so the differences, I'm probably not going to sum them all up, but I'll try. And just could you clarify, Luang, the last comment? When and where you would apply the new standard? Was that the final question?
Yes. I mean,
when it will come into operation?
You mean when?
Yeah, was it when it'll come into operation?
I think it was sort of key things to focus on in implementation. Was that right?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So the differences, as I said, I'm probably not going to sum them all up, but what we've done is we're trying to be sufficiently consistent with 3000 and 3410, so that what you've been doing in the past on sustainability matters under 3,000 should be able to transition easily to ISSA 5,000. So the same sort of foundational concepts you'll find in ISSA 5,000. However, it's trying to add, it's adding an extra layer more that is sustainably specific. So, for example, in the area of materiality, it's providing more detail around that you might need multiple materialities. That for because of the different topics that may be not accumulated, how you deal with how you can or deal with accumulation of misstatements in the sustainability environment, which is so different from what we see in financial reporting. With materiality that I mentioned, that it might the approach is bifurcated. So by that I mean that it notes that for quantitative materiality, you can determine that materiality much as you would in a financial statement audit. But for qualitative, we've identified that you would consider materiality, but very specifically consider it in order to determine the procedures that you're going to conduct. So it goes into a lot more detail around the acceptance and continuance of an engagement, around the process, for example, the process that the entity goes through to select reporting topics. It goes into a lot more detail around challenging the suitability of their criteria, so that engagements aren't accepted where the reporting has not been based on suitable criteria. So some of those are sort of aspects which should really complement what you will be familiar with in 3000, but providing that level of detail to sort of bring it to life for sustainability and address the practical challenges. So, and providing illustrative reports as well, for example. So what we're hoping is that you'll find it a really, really useful and make it much easier to apply for sustainability than what you've got at the moment in 3000. The implementation, we're going to allow 18 months, but of course early implementation is certainly encouraged. And so if we do get the standard out around next September, we need a little bit of time for PIOB approval, then be 18 months out from there, but it will be available out there in the public, for practitioners to apply to in anticipation. We will also be looking at implementation materials to assist practitioners, and we know that the national standard setters around the world will also be jumping on that and trying to assist in their jurisdictions.
Thanks for that, Claire. So having had three questions from three auditors, Claudia, as a preparer, interested in your question next.
Thank you very much, Claire. It was quite impressive. So I'm not a question of a preparer, as a question more of a board process. So I was quite impressed by the speed your board has developed this exposure draft, and I guess it's still in the high quality all of your other standards will be. I'm just asking, do you have any success factors or lesson learned which you could give us an advice that we keep the same speed for developing our standards, especially I expect you haven't it on your agenda a few years ago that there will a project like this. So how you managed your normal work plan together with this additional project? So that would be helpful.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And it's certainly been challenging, and it's been very, very hard work. But in order to accelerate the project, we certainly had to manage the outreach very carefully. And so it can take a lot of time to do all of that initial outreach. There might be roundtables, it might be a whole lot of different activities for outreach. So what we did in that regard to streamline the outreach was to really focus on key stakeholder groups that could represent the public interest, if you like, and the stakeholder interest. So like IOSCO, like IFIA, like we did draw on the Forum of Firms, the GPPC, I know, and that's obviously more on the accounting side. The key regulators such as the SEC, EFRAG. So engaging with those key stakeholders very, very closely and keeping them really well informed of what we were doing, and really relying, I guess, on our board members and national standard setters to keep the regions updated on what we were doing. But also we set up 2 reference groups as well. And I didn't mention this earlier when we were talking about other other professionals that were not accountants. We set up quite early on a reference group for non-accountants, and that was primarily focusing on assurance practitioners who are not in an accounting firm and not an accountant, but it did end up also including experts in assurance on sustainability, such as an academic, another professional who's working with the UN on their standards. So it did broaden a little bit. So trying to tap into their thoughts and getting their insights. So rather than having to go out to the whole world immediately before we're writing, and we felt that now that we're at this point, we have the draft. It's much easier to have those conversations. Is it covering what people need it to cover? Is there aspects that are missing? Is there aspects that they don't think are going to work? What we did find is that some of the conversations, if they're too theoretical at the start, are just they're time consuming, but don't really get you further forward, because you might know what you need to tackle and you just need to get on with tackling it. So that was probably one aspect that helped speed us up. Certainly drawing on our existing standards helped very much. And so drawing on that existing thought process, and we're very much encouraging our board to look at, we've already debated that, whether that's in 3000 or whether that's in a particular auditing standard. So let's not redebate that. Let's not branch off in a new approach to something that's already working well. Let's focus on what's the extra on sustainability that we can add to make that make sense in this for stakeholders in this space. So there are probably a couple of the insights. We're certainly just turning the standard very, very quickly, moving from, we had a task force, obviously working very closely with us on that. And we also, actually, I will mention a couple of other things that we did. So in order to augment the staff team, because we have a very lean staff team, we first of all had a what's for us a relatively large task force of 6 members. Sometimes it's more like 4 or 5. We had a 6-member task force. We added 3 of our technical advisors, so technical advisors to our board members. We brought them into the project as part of the drafting team. So we had 3 further TAs as drafting team members. So combined up with staff, we ended up dividing up the drafting, and we buddied up with a task force member. So we individually buddied up on different parts of the standard. We broke the standard up into parts and we buddied up with them. So we worked very, very closely with one task force member at a session to develop the standard, the parts, and then we brought those parts together, and we actually used the drafting team at the board meetings to present those parts and to answer questions about those parts. So the buddies, the task force member and the drafting team member were at the table presenting each part of the standard, so it wasn't all on the task force chair as we often do with our projects. So that was another aspect that sort of really was very, very critical in accelerating, is bringing in those extra people to draft. So I think they were the main tips that I can probably share.
Thank you, Claire. That's really helpful. So I'm now mindful of time. It's 9:40 here in Toronto. We have other important decisions to take. So what I'm going to say is, okay, flags are going down around the table. I was going to say, we've got time maybe for one or two more questions, but I want to draw a line at 10 o'clock. And I'm sure, Claire, you've got other things that you've got to be getting on with. So, you know, if members can keep their questions short and focused, because we do need to move on. We've got important decisions to make now. So Andrew, you're next.
Brief as well, then.
Okay, thanks, Claire. I mean, I thought that previous answer was really, really helpful, actually, that practical experience, and I could see a lot of interest around the table. Andrew.
Thanks. Claire, I guess from a high level perspective, then, to keep it brief, I'm just interested to understand how the challenges and the complexities that come not only from a multi-stakeholder approach, but potentially also as we move into integrated thinking and the connectivity of information within these reports, and they have different objectives. How did you deal with that in the development of your standard?
Yeah, so the reporting having different objectives. So I think you're meeting, so for example, the impacts on the entity versus the entity's impacts, so the double materiality perspective and so forth. So look, to keep it, to be able to encompass all of those different possible sustainability types of sustainability reporting is tricky, and I'm sure it will lead to future standards that are specific to particular types of reporting. But I guess that I don't really have a miracle answer to that, but just to try to be considering all those different types of information. It's not just the different types of information, but the different things that are going to be reported about that. So is it the process to prepare that's being reported, or the targets, or the performance against targets? So there's so many different aspects of the topics that are going to be reported. So we were trying to be mindful of that as we were drafting in essence. And I think that's been a difficult line to tread. So I don't have a sort of miracle answer to that. And I guess the proof will be in the pudding in the ED period, comment period, to see whether people feel we have been too light touch on certain aspects that may be reported.
Thanks, Claire. Lucy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Claire, for that very interesting presentation. You mentioned that the proposed overarching standard on sustainability reporting, which you foresee to approve in the second half of 2024, would be suitable across all sustainability topics or information disclosed about those topics, the reporting frameworks, and it will be applicable to all assurance practitioners, the accountants, and other practitioners who are performing assurance engagements. What do you think would be the challenges to this assurance practitioners, especially the accountants, considering the present situation where there is no yet global public sustainability reporting standards for the public sector, in as much as the board, IPSASB board, has yet to come up with sustainability reporting standard on limited topics such as climate related disclosure. Would the standard that you are proposing be applicable if the entities or other jurisdictions would be using their existing national standards, if any? Thank you.
Definitely, the standard can be applied to assurance on reports prepared under national standards or legislation, and there's certainly quite a bit of that already out there. And can be applied. So it can be applied to any reporting framework or, information prepared under any reporting framework, as long as that framework represents suitable criteria. And we do have requirements and application material in the standard to sort of guide the practitioner in determining what that might be. And certainly in the first instance, legislation, a regulation in particular jurisdictions, the practitioner can assume them to be suitable unless there's indications otherwise. And I would also just add that often with frameworks, because they are evolving, the current frameworks that exist do often require supplementation by entity developed criteria. There might not be a sufficient detail within the framework to provide for particular topics, and the entity has to develop those. So this standard also does allow for entity developed criteria, again, as long as it's suitable. And there are a whole lot of information about requirements about how you determine what's suitable. I hope that covers off your question.
Yes,
Thank you, Claire. So I think, you know, I know from the fact that there were previously flags up around the table, I think there's obviously a big appetite around the board for, further information in terms of how your program's going forward, and particular aspects. And I suspect that that's actually a conversation that we will want to, to carry on going forwards. But I think it's been a hugely helpful session in terms of the perspectives and the approaches that you're taking to the guidance. I think the practical tips that you gave us in terms of how you've approached that accelerated timetable whilst maintaining quality and focus has been really, really helpful. So I think, thank you so much for taking that time out. I think we wish you all the very best for that important board meeting next week. I think, I'm sure there will be conversations going on at staff level, but I hope very much that we'll be able to interact with you again in the future. So in the meantime, just to say thank you very much for that. It was an excellent session.
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. And we will definitely be looking for all of your board and staff to be, involved where at the roundtables and the outreach that we do, and seeking that public sector, those public sector insights. So we'll definitely be talking to you about how we can achieve that, and including you in invitations and so forth.
Thank you very much, Claire. We look forward to that.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye. So I think that was a very, very timely session, actually, and I think it was an area that certainly I learned a lot from that session. So with that, then we move into our sustainability reporting session, and I think today's public session follows on from a very important discussion that the board had yesterday evening. I think we as board covered a lot of ground yesterday evening. I think we had a very, very important discussion, a lot of different perspectives put in. But I think it's right at this stage to say that the board did unanimously make the decision that we will move forward with the development of with a project on climate-related disclosures. So I think that's a hugely important strategic decision. We propose to make an announcement on that later on today, so if people can hold off on making any comments on social media or anything like that till the press release appears, not least because we actually have some important decisions to take before we get to being able to make an announcement. And that's where we move into the first of the papers that we have today, which is in moving forward with a project on climate-related disclosures. What is the nature of the output? What is the status and nature of the output? And I think with that, I will hand over to Celine, who has developed the paper. So Celine, to you.
Thank you, Ian. So So as Ian said, before we start and have anything to produce, what are we producing? It is a good question to ask ourselves. And so, excuse me, the first paper, we'll look at what will that be? Will it be authoritative or non-authoritative? And then secondly, is it part of or separate from the current suite of IPSAS? So we'll take these two separately and walk through each of them and have discussion, pause for discussion following each. So to start off, the first recommendation is that given the feedback that we receive from our constituents on the consultation paper, from the CAG, from all of our discussions, staff strongly recommend that these sustainability reporting pronouncements be authoritative and issued in the form of standards. I won't get into too much detail, but factors to consider as outlined in the paper are really the importance of sustainability information, that urgency, that level of need, and the impact that it will have on uptake if these are standards, or some folks called out the uptake that we see in RPGs. So contrasting those, that's a critical factor to consider. And then finally, if others noted the impact on preparers, and I think that that's an important factor to consider, that we should consider as we develop the guidance, but not necessarily a determining factor, as ultimately there will be cost challenges and data challenges, but not a deciding factor. And so that said, I'll hand it over for discussion if we agree if these should be authoritative standards or not.
Thanks, Celine. So just before opening for discussion from board members, I think perhaps actually if I could draw Thomas in at this stage, because as Celine referenced, the CAG made a number of comments on this, and I think it would just be useful to make sure that those are fed in at this stage before opening up for debate. So Thomas, if that's okay to you.
Yeah, thanks. Indeed, I think, and Celine mentioned it, we had the discussion very early in the stage regarding what type of guidance it should be and whether it should be mandatory or should be non-authoritative. And I think the CAG at that point in time overwhelmingly was of the opinion it should be mandatory guidance in the form of standards. I think we discussed that in the closed session yesterday. The question arose regarding decoupling or coupling these standards once they are made mandatory. But I think you kind of already go in the direction of not coupling them or decoupling them, which makes it easier to say, okay, that should be mandatory.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. And the papers are deliberately set up in a two-stage approach, which is the first discussion that we need to have is whether board members agree with the staff recommendation that these should be standards in terms of authority rather than just non-mandatory guidance. So if I can open up for any comments on that proposal. Claudia, lead us off.
Thank you very much. Personally, I would combine this question with the other questions which we have in the paper with B, if it's together with the IPSAS suite or if it's a separate set of standards. Because if it's a separate set of standards, it's for me clear it have to be a form of standards. If it's in the IPSAS actual suite, I wouldn't agree that it should be authoritative. It's just because of handling, because we have direct reporters and others, and it's make it much more difficult to understand why we have a separate approach than in the private sector. They have a separate standard setter, and there's no linkage between IFRS standards and their sustainability standards.
Thanks, Claudia. So you would approve standards but separate series. Lynn.
Thanks. So I agree with the staff recommendation that these should be issued as standards and a separate suite of standards. I think we will need in due course to think about whether or not an entity that applies the sustainability standards has to apply the entire suite of sustainability standards when they are published, or whether or not an entity can choose to apply one or two, or do they have to apply the entire suite? And I think it's different, isn't it, with a set of financial statements where you have a sort of a very defined sort of framework under which they're prepared. My instinctive view at the moment is you would end up applying the sustainability standards that are relevant to the elements of reporting that you choose to make. As things mature, we might change that view. So I think it's definitely a separate suite of standards, but I think we need to come back at some point in time as to if you're applying that separate suite of standards, can you apply them individually, or do you have to apply the whole suite?
Thanks, Lynn. I think that's a very good point. Ross, do you want to come back on that before I go to Renee?
Yeah, just to say I completely agree with you, Lynn. I think that's a challenge we will have to think about when we get to having more than one standard. And it's not one that's foreign to us on the IPSASB, because we've done that with the RPGs, where we decided to not make them mandatory. Entities can select which of the RPGs it would like to apply, but it has to apply the complete individual RPG if it does apply it. So agree that's an issue to keep track of, and maybe we stay silent on it now, but we note that this is something we are going to have to address once we get to standard 2.
Thanks, Ross. So I've got Renee, Lucy, Abdullah, Scott, Adrian, Noyati. So Renee first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to build on Lynn's comments. I had that one too. The other comment is maybe clarify what it means, a separate suite of standard as it relates to our financial reporting standard, to be able to claim compliance with IPSAS and financial statements. Just to clarify, maybe to remove any confusion, that claiming full compliance of IPSAS financial reporting standards is it, right? It doesn't, it's the separate suite is separate, and also means separately applied to a separate set of information, not the financial statements. Maybe you were already thinking about that, but just to articulate it in my mind. The other comment or thought I have, which again may just be a question of clarifying it, and is authoritative from what perspective? So it's authoritative when a jurisdiction or an entity chooses to apply them. So they're like the IPSASB standards, they form a global baseline, but each jurisdictions, they need to make their own decision or issue their own regulation to mandate groups of entities or a government to do this. So it's authoritative once someone decides to apply them, right? It's probably very obvious, but maybe something that we need to articulate.
No, I think it's not obvious actually, Renee, and I think it's these points that members are drawing out are tremendously important. Ross, did you just want to come back in on that one before I go to Lucy?
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I think you're right. We need to be clear that the IPSAs will apply to financial statements, and the guidance that we would put in a set of financial statements. We're talking about reporting outside financial statements, and whatever we determine that looks like. We're talking standards that we see as standards. So we set requirements and add other non-authoritative material to support those. And you're right, just like the IPSAs, we have no ability to mandate anybody to use our IPSAS standards, nor will we have that for any sustainability standards we set up. So that type of authority is not what we mean by that. We just mean standards versus RPGs or other guidance that we've put out. And I think we'll just make sure we're crystal clear on that.
Thanks, Ross. So I've got Lucy next, then Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. I support the staff recommendation, and I believe that the board should issue sustainability reporting pronouncement as a standard First, it cannot be controverted that the sustainability reporting is reporting of sustainability information is really of utmost importance given the focus given to it recently. And this pronouncement upon the issuance of the board as a standard will actually promote the development of high quality disclosures as mentioned in the agenda papers. And it will achieve uniformity in reporting in the public sector. If they are not issued as standards, then there might be some diversity or challenges on uniformity because they would be the adoption would be voluntary, and therefore the efforts that are being made may the efforts that are being made globally to have entities report information of this type may hinder the possible collaboration or sharing of best practices among the implementers in the public service in coming up with this disclosure. And I would also like to answer the second question, whether we will issue that the standard as a separate standards or with the existing suite of standards. I believe that the pronouncement should be issued as a separate standard, because the current state of our current suite of standards mainly are focusing on financial reporting, and if we will combine them with the existing financial reporting standards, it might be different. It might be difficult for the especially for the auditors with the requirements of sustainability pronouncement. And one possible implication, if there are two of these two standards will be combined and not treated as separate, is ascertaining the degree of assurance. Therefore, and it will turn in turn will affect the forming of opinion for audit purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lutfi. So Abdullah and then Scott.
Thank you, Chair. And to get into this, I had mixed of thoughts around it, because first I thought it should be coupled with the next paper to see would it be coupled with IPSAS, not coupled with IPSAS. Then I thought again about the funding status. Do we want to decide now? Should it be a standard or a framework? And still there are some issues with the funding status. That is from one perspective. From the second perspective, to have more clarity, can we look into how many jurisdictions are applying IPSAS standards directly and how many are applying the RBGs, so we can think of if we issue it as guideline, would jurisdiction adopt or apply them, or so that would help us build the thought process. Thank you.
So if I can just come in on information, no, we don't have the information at all on RPGs, and I think it would take us too long to actually go out and collect that based on the experience from the International Public Sector Financial Accountability Index. But I think that's the best place. And okay, it's still the 2020 information is what we have, but I think you see the situation where probably fewer countries actually apply the standards directly. The majority actually would apply through some form of endorsement process, really, because and I've seen this myself in a Ministry of Finance context. Governments are reluctant to give their responsibility away to an international body, so they want a backstop, if you like, that allows them, even if they don't actually use that, at least in theory, that backstop, that they could amend or not adopt the guidance. So I think I think we do need to take the decision now without that research, but I think we cannot control how the standards are used ultimately. The key is probably the other factors in this case. Ross.
Yeah, and maybe just to clarify why it's so important is it's not really an academic discussion, it's a practical one, because we need to start branding what these standards will be as we develop them. We need IP agreements with other standard setters. So there's lots of work that goes into this. So sitting on the fence and thinking about what we could do or how we do and what we branded isn't going to help us in the long run, especially when we need to move urgent. And I don't think it's really a difficult decision when you think it through and look what other standard setters are doing. It's quite clear, at least on the staff side, that they need to be separate from IPSAS to not impede the adoption of either set of standards, and they need to be standards. So the real key is, what are we going to call them? How are we going to brand them? Because we need to protect the IP that we're going to develop, which will be very valuable.
Thanks, Ross. So I've got Scott, then Adrian, Noyati, Mike, and then Todd.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure there really is a question. And coming back to what Ross said, I think the mandate was to create standards, and that's where expectations are. And I think it would be very difficult for us to leverage other authoritative standards and turn them into guidance. That I think it gets very confusing. Okay, so I don't think we have a choice other than go down the way of standards. When reflecting on the last conversation about criteria, we need to make sure the criteria are very clear. So I really don't think there's any other way to go down other than the standard way. I think it'd be confusing to go another way, and I do believe they need to be separate.
Thanks, Scott. So if we go to Adrian next.
Well, thank you, Chair. I also fully support the staff recommendation. Just a small addition to all that has been said and rightly said. I think you have two very valid and robust arguments in paragraph 21 and 22 that are first, and this was one of my concerns when we started on that, is the assurance challenge, and especially when it comes to the intervention of supreme audit institutions. I don't know many of supreme audit institutions who are yet ready to provide assurance on sustainability reporting. So this is very, very valid argument. Well, not to include it in the current IPSAS suite. We also need to be very clear that we are starting, and we made it clear publicly, we are starting a new journey for the IPSAS board in developing that sort of standards. We might have also to rename the IPSAS board as the public sector reporting board. But it makes sense. And also, I think we should probably be very cautious with what the argument that is developed with regards to the possible deterring aspect of making it a whole of a suite of standards, because we don't want to undermine the project in which we are currently involved and determined to go down the road. We need to have people, on the one hand, be willing to adopt the IPSAS accounting standard suite, and also be willing to support the initiative of this board with regards to sustainability reporting. So I'm very much in favor of coupling it, intellectually, conceptually, but making it a separate suite of standards. What did I want to say also? Yes, also, we need to be consistent also with the very dramatic acceleration of the project that echoes what we believe is the acceleration in the interest of the public, that is, our public, in having a strongly developed sustainability reporting standard. So give them a chance to follow us on the road of sustainability reporting, and not having to take it as a whole and be uncomfortable with taking it as a whole. So this is also a psychological argument with regards to the way the standard would be welcomed by users.
Thanks very much, Beatrice. I think, you know, there have been a number of important perspectives put in, and I think that, you know, that perspective you just shared is really important. So I've got Noyati, Mike, Todd, then Nima.
Thank you, Chair. Generally, I support the staff recommendation, provided that it should be not combining those standard when implementing, but we should be separated it as to manage the, you know, the preparers and also the audit committee. And because as in the paper said that there is you know, you have to think about the cost benefit of preparing the sustainability report, and for that means is there any we have to think about the transitional one, because we have to, you know, we have to buy in the preparers and also the jurisdiction about preparing it, and then we have to show first the impact of the sustainability of their decisions. So, and when the times goes by, it should be, you know, should be impose all the standard into the, you know, a full standard instead of, you know, and then of course we should the jurisdiction have to should look into the topics that they need to report, and I agree if there is a, you know, the transitional period for the preparers to prepare the sustainability report for the jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, I think that's where, you know, we know that the IPSASB, for example, is going to put a lot of energy into supporting implementation, and I think we can take advantage of the work that they're doing. Also, you know, GRI as well, we know, have a lot of implementation support. So the more we can build off what they're doing, the better, and learn from the experience. Mike, then Todd, then Nima, then Murray.
So thank you, Chair. In terms of agenda item 8.2.1, I think that question of authority, as you mentioned, is quite philosophical, because there are other bodies who would ultimately decide about the authority. But nevertheless, I would echo that what Toss was stating, because we are here in the space of standard setter. Any other wording, I think, would weaken our position. The second thing on do we issue separate standard there? As I said, I would go a little bit, I would, of course, support to have a separate set of standards, but even there should be separate also in a way that they're not necessarily issued together with any type of financial statement, whether it's local GAAP or international, so that those standards are really, can really also apply for standalone sustainability reports. And that was something which, when we did some field research, also figured out that there are, even in Germany and internationally, there are many institutions which are really issuing those standalone reports. Having said this, I would also be very interested in how is the outcome of that survey.
Great, thanks, Mike. I think that actually is a very important point, and certainly the board had quite a lot of discussions in developing a conceptual framework about general purpose financial reports, and whether those could be standard reports that were separate, could be GPFRs, even if they didn't encompass GPFS. So I think we're going to have to come back to that, but I think it's a good point to make. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. In terms of the recommendation, I'm fully behind the board setting standards in this area and decoupling from the IPSAS standards. And I think that's very important that we make that decision jointly in terms of the decoupling. Couple of observations. I was sitting here through the discussion, and I think we mentioned sort of RPGs, and it probably raises in my mind in terms of the future where those really sit, because I think what this discussion has done for me is helped me get to the point where we set standards as a board, and that's why I'm absolutely fully behind setting standards. And maybe the conversation around RPGs might come up at the end of the meeting when we're thinking about our strategy and work program going forward. So just wanted to register that at this point. And the other thing, I was sitting here quite early on in the discussion thinking, I think we're probably the International Public Sector Reporting Standards Board. So it was interesting, Adrienne, that you mentioned that, because I was sitting here thinking something similar.
Thanks, Todd. Nima, then Mary.
Thank you, Ian. I think it's from where also Todd and Mark were coming from. I support the recommendation to have it as part of standard. So I was thinking, like, will it be part of the financial statement when we put this information, or where will the information fit? I know it will be mandatory. So probably what we have as RPGs should no longer be RPGs, because it is information which actually support the understandability of the financial statements. So I think that's what I was thinking. Where do the information lie in the financial statements?
Thank you, Nima. Mary.
Thank you. I support both of the staff's recommendation, and especially the sustainability reporting pronouncements should form a separate suite of standards from the current suite of IPSAS, because the different perspective from the current suite of IPSAS, the sustainability reporting pronouncements should be so many non-financial information, and so that we have to move on to develop the criteria of the evaluation criteria, including the both the financial information and the non-financial information. And it is so important because sustainability reporting should include so many qualitative information and quantitative information, and so it is so great impact on the so many IPSAS implementation jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. So I think in moving forward, I think it is pretty clear the view of the board, although I will ask us actually just to confirm through a vote, because I think it is a really important strategic decision in a moment, just for the record. I think a lot of good points have been raised there by board members in terms of if it's separate suite of standards, Lynn's point about can you apply one or not, other points like Renee made, points on implementation, over Adrian's point. Clearly, the RPG status of and future of RPGs is going to be something that we need to think through. So there are a lot of moving parts in this space, and certainly in the latter context, one of the issues that we were wrestling with when we developed RPG1, for example, was the whole interaction with assurance and what that meant, and so on. So there are a lot of moving parts here, but I think consistently with the way we're going to need to move forward with this, I think we need to put the blocks in place that will help us then to move forward and to build. So if at that point in time, I could just ask for a vote from members on the proposal that sustainability guidance should be sustainability reporting standards, titles, and so on, to be subject to further recommendation from staff, and that suite of standards, all those standards rather, not to talk about them as a suite, but those standards should be a different guidance series from IPSAS. So if I can have a show of hands for those in favour of that, or we're doing flags, hands.
18 unanimous.
Thank you very much, everyone. I think that's a very important decision that the board's just made there. But I think importantly, I think that's where the discussion from the CAG was actually very helpful as well. I think that gave us a lot of broad perspectives that helps us to that decision. Then moving this forward, the board has done a huge amount of work overnight and after a very important discussion yesterday. So really massive thanks to board members for very quickly commenting on both the draft press release and also on the project brief. In terms of the press release, I think we've, what Celine has tried to do is actually, accommodate as many of the changes as possible. I think everybody was generally building on what we already had, so there was a good degree of agreement on that. So based on that, Ross and Celine and I have looked at the comments, and we've tried to take on board as many as possible of those. So thank you very much for doing that in short order. We also had some very good discussions about the actual project brief, and I'll pass over to, I don't know, Ross, whether you want to talk first or Celine, but just in terms of what we heard there.
Maybe I'll go first and Celine can help me out if I miss anything. So thanks for the detailed comments that people provided on the project brief and the points from the discussion yesterday in the closed session. Staff have been working to address all those comments, and we've actually got the project brief here with markup to show what we've been able to incorporate. We think we're pretty close to what everybody was looking for, and we think we've addressed the main points, but we wanted to give you one last look at the changes just to make sure everyone's comfortable. And just also to reiterate an important point, that the project brief is the starting point for setting our sustainability ship out to sea. It's going in a direction. It might not need to be perfectly navigated. We're going to work through things. We're going to change the direction of the ship. We know where we're going, but we don't know exactly how we're going to get there. So if your exact point of minutiae is not addressed in the project brief, that's usually because it's an issue we have to work through and we don't know where we're going yet. So in the conversation yesterday, we kind of went back and forth to getting right into what the standard's going to say once we develop that. But we're at port one right now. We have to get the project brief out there. We have to start working through it. There'll be lots of opportunities to have detailed discussions on all of the issues that we were getting into yesterday. But we think we've got the points in the brief that address the issues that need to be there, reflect what the board wanted. We're not looking for drafting preferences, and we're not looking to have a redraft of parts of the project brief. We're looking for points that would cause you to vote against it. That's what we want to discuss today, because we think it's critical that this project brief goes out with the press release that's going out today. So it might not be perfect, but we're hoping that if you're okay with it. So the flags we want to hear from today are the ones that if you don't address this point, I'm going to vote against the project brief. I know that's a little blunt, but I think that's the session we want to have. We don't want to talk edits and editorials. Minor editorials we can pick up after the fact, but to accommodate all 18 board members' views, we have to focus on points of substance.
Thanks, Ross. Celine, did you just want, though, I think there was probably one area that we just wanted to let you know the direction in terms of how we've approached that.
Yeah, thank you again to everyone who has shared their comments. As Russ said, we've taken substantive editorials and tried to reflect everything. Very happy and happy to take your comments and feedback, but for consistency, as he said, this is the beginning of the project. We will consider many of those things as we go. So to Ian's point, there was one point that came out of yesterday's discussion that we wanted to make sure we were all aligned with, and that was the point on where we talk about policy setting and regulatory role of the government, and making sure that we're all clear that this is not saying that every public sector entity will have to provide disclosures on their government's policy setting and policy decisions, but it is applicable to that reporting entity. Since our scope is reporting at the reporting entity level, it should be clear that we're not asking you to report on something outside of your role. So I've made some drafting edits to try to clarify that in a few different paragraphs where we do mention and talk about policy setting, regulatory role. Yeah. So that was the key thing I think coming out of yesterday's discussions, but otherwise I've tried to reflect all the other comments that I've received and picking up some of the input that was valuable from the KEG as well. Mm-hmm.
Thanks very much, Celine. And I think, you know, that was very much reflecting that this is going to be something that we're going to need to focus on going forward. So what we wanted to do is make sure that the issue was logged without giving a steer on how we were actually going to address it, necessarily what the answer would be. Thomas.
Yeah, I just want to kind of give a short kind of remark from the CAC's perspective, reacting to what Ross just said. What's the game of the objective of today's discussion? I think we had a lot of discussion in the CAG regarding, okay, it could be refined here, it could be more clear here, and would be wishful to have that and that. But we did not hear any major objections regarding the project brief, which kind of would go in the direction, as you said, if that is not addressed, it should not go out.
Thanks, Thomas. I mean, I think that's right. I mean, there are a huge number of questions that we're going to need to address, and I think, you know, what this is this is the kickoff to make sure that actually we can start to we can launch the ship. So with that, what I'm going to suggest is that we, as Celine has mentioned, she has copies of the project briefing markup. That we hand those around now to board members. That gives you an opportunity to review over the coffee break. And I think what we'll do is we'll extend the coffee break till 11 o'clock just to give you the opportunity to get a coffee and to have a look at that. And then when we come back from the coffee break at 11 o'clock, we will take a vote. And as Ross has said, really at this stage, all we're looking for is whether there is anything that would really cause you to vote against the project brief. Otherwise, we'll be looking for a vote when we come back from coffee. Celine.
And I'll stay here if you have any questions about the edits made or changes. Happy to discuss those over the break.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, board colleagues, for your support in turning the material around overnight and so on. I think the important thing is that we can communicate the news to our stakeholders and when they can see the sort of direction that we're heading in. But thank you very much for all the very, very helpful comments that you've made. And with that, we will take the coffee break till 11 o'clock when we'll come back, and I'll ask for any final fatal flaws before we vote. Thank you. Great. Okay. Well, thanks for coming back. I know there's been a lot of rapid fire discussions going on. Thank you to Celine for helping out on that. And I think there's a number of bits of editorial that have been suggested, which we'll take on board. Just before that actually gets published. But as I announced before coffee, I just want to check that there is nothing really, fatal flaw that would cause anybody to not be able to vote for the project brief. Okay, so with that, can I have a show of hands? Oh, sorry, Camira.
Thanks, Chair. It's not like a fatal flaw. I just wanted to highlight, if it's possible, I sent that suggestion per email to Celine. In the project scope, when we are saying reporting entities, if we can refer just as defined in the conceptual framework, so that for everyone is crystal clear what we mean by reporting entities. As of now, we are using the conceptual framework we have, so that people know, okay, if they want to know what it is, they can look at the definition, that one. And if we could add an additional numeral just to involve also what is the climate-related objective of the entity, their achievements, and also basically what are they doing right now to address climate change. So that's something important that should be disclosed. I know that what is included here is based on IFRS 2, which is good, but I think we are missing also that part of reporting, because the users of those reports are interested in knowing if the entity has any climate-related objective, what are they doing on that, what are their initiatives, and what are their achievements. So I think that is a really key important point that we should address in the project scope.
I think we can accommodate you on the conceptual framework. I think you're getting too detailed in terms of what you're asking for. I think we have to be really, really, really careful that we are in the project brief just raising issues that we're not actually getting into standard settings. So I'm not saying the point that you've raised is not important, but what I am saying is that at this stage, we really need to make sure that whilst we've got issues logged, that we're not tying ourselves down too much. And the more words we put in, the more problems we will create. So I think on the reporting entity, absolutely, and that's very consistent with what we said in terms of the conceptual framework. But on the detail, I think that's too detailed at the moment. I'm going to move on and I'm going to take points. And literally, I really want anything that you consider is not, there isn't a concept, there isn't a hook to hang it on, because this is a project brief, it's not guidance, it's just actually how we're starting off, and it doesn't preclude us looking at anything else later on. It's just actually, we're setting sail. That's all we're doing at the moment. So if I can take Liang, Adrien, and Noyati.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, my point I have just communicated with the staff, but I think it may be a bit fundamental, so I would like to raise it at the board meeting. It is related to the project scope, paragraph 5.1, the revised point A. I suppose it comes from GRA 1 about the impact related to the economy, environment, and the people. But in my opinion, because actually GRI 1 is a general purpose, a general requirement to the whole GRI, so it it mentioned the impact related to economy, environment, and people. But actually, our standard will be limited to climate-related areas. So in my point of view, I think maybe it will be better for us to narrow the scope to such as entity climate-related impact, but not mention related to the economy, environment, and people. Because if we say it in this way as we drafted now, I I guess the scope will be too wide, and because we should limit our scope into climate-related areas. Thank you.
Ross?
I think as this is the climate related disclosures project, that would be appropriate for this project. If we made that edit. Oh, Celine doesn't agree.
I had a quick discussion with a couple others after, and I think that we leave it open. I think especially with the public sector, we can have an impact through our, even that policy role, right? Our impacts can then our decisions and actions can impact the wider economy, environment, and people. Though I think GRI, that is part of GR1, but that flows through all of their topic standards. That scope and their approach flows through all their standards. As they develop their standards, they engage all of the different multi-stakeholders through the process, consider what's the impact of climate, and their topic working group now for their different climate related topics. They engage a labor group, civil society and whatnot to reflect and consider what's maybe needed in the disclosure. And so I would propose to keep that. And again, we can explore it through the project. Are we keeping the scope too wide, or once we explore it, then we can eliminate and make those decisions as we go? But that's why we have that proposed in there.
I agree we can explore further during the project, but personally, I think if we just say at this moment, just say climate related impact, maybe we can have more room yeah.
I mean, I think, all we're talking about is actually leveraging other guidance that doesn't commit us to actually going that broadly, and in a sense, actually, if A just becomes climate related impacts, well, that's what the project brief's about anyway. So I think, very much if we have the understanding that leveraging doesn't commit us to necessarily having the same scope. And I think that was very much consistent with what the board advised in the March meeting, that actually we felt that there were cases where potentially the GRI guidance went much broader than would be appropriate if we applied the conceptual framework lens to it. And I think that was really where, perhaps Camira's point on reporting entity comes in very much, but also other concepts within the framework. So I think, if you like, it's necessary to read it in that way, that we're not committing to necessarily that is the scope. We're committing to drawing on the guidance, and then we may actually limit based on the conceptual framework. Ross?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think maybe it is better to leave it as is, because that's closer to the GRI wording. And this is also a group that we need to now collaborate with and establish in a relationship. And it's probably better if we're starting off from speaking things in their vernacular to make sure we get off on the right foot. Doesn't commit us to where we end up. It's just how we're going to work with others.
Okay, thanks for that. It's an important point. Over, Adrian.
A small comment. You might think it's editorial, but I think it's also substantial. Could we present the quotes, such as those of for instance, the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change? Could we present them into quotation marks? Because I think the board needs to put itself out of reach of any controversy on such statements on delayed climate action will continue to cause widespread adverse impacts, etc., etc. I mean, I do support this statement, but some might not support it or find in such statement a source of possible controversy. It's just that, put it into quotation marks.
I mean, I have no problem with, obviously that just requires a bit of checking on Celine's part to make sure that the quote is accurate, but probably, we can do that. That seems reasonable. Okay, Noyati.
Thank you. I just want to ask about the clarification about the
section 8.2, there is a setting up the topic related working group, and thereby there is a sustainability reference group, which may be in my assumption that it is equal to the TBG, and the sustainability steering committee is equal to CAG as now. And then there is another.
Sorry, can I just pick up on this point? I don't know.
I just want to clarify about the working group or setting a group for this project, which is the sustainability reference group. Is it some sort of TBG group in our IPSAS, and the sustainability steering committee is equal to CAG?
No, the sustainability steering group is just a group of members that have been actually working with staff to actually provide strategic advice. And it's very much from a point of view of there's a lot of different pieces of work that the board needs to do, or the staff need to do, to support the board. So it's actually an internal group rather than the sustainability reference group, which is intended to bring in a broader group of stakeholders. In the way that the CAG has done for us, but obviously we've got to work out then also the relationship between the sustainability reference group and the CAG. So that's something that we need to do.
Another one is 8. A required time for established coordination and consultation with the sustainability committees, reference group, climate related topic, and a sector working group. So actually there is 3 groups here in the projects.
Ross.
So the sector working group is another group that we'll have to establish when we have more than one project and start looking at the various sectors as defined in GRI that looks across the topic groups. So we won't initially have a sector group when we start this project because we only have one topic. Once you have more than one topic, then you need the sector group to make sure you're getting those perspectives. So that's why you're seeing sector working group there. So that'll be a future development. So we're just putting down the peg so that we pick that up in the future, but nothing more.
Because 5.6, as you said that this project will focus on the GHG emissions, is it? So you don't need that call it sector working groups for this one, or I don't know
there are a lot of different, this is the trouble, is it's the first project, but basically if you think about this, there will be a series of topic standards. So you can think about it like rows and columns in a spreadsheet. So if you think about your columns being topic standards and then going across that, and this is what GRI are trying to do at the moment, is then, okay, how does that apply, this topic to this sector, this topic to this sector. So it's 2 different dimensions, and what we're looking to do is to see if in working with GRI actually we can leverage those sector groups that they're setting up, because if you look at, say, education as a function, actually there's a high degree of comparability between private sector and public sector, but equally there will be other areas where, say, defence, actually that's going to be something that's public sector specific. So that's, as Ross said, that's something that we're exploring with them at the moment, but nothing more than that at the moment. Okay, so I think with that, we and there are pieces of editorial that have been agreed. Oh, sorry, Mari.
I'm sorry, I have a question about the 3.1, section 3. It mentioned about the multi-stakeholder and section 5.4, the diagram, the statement of a mention describing of the multi-stakeholder model to address public sector needs, and it is the same implications that description is implied. It's a very minor question.
Yes. It's the same intention to think about the multi-stakeholder needs of the public sector. And so I just added it there in 3.1 to highlight it as that where we'd be looking to GRI for that multi-stakeholder approach, and acknowledging, you know, there was some commentary it looks like in 3.1 you focus on IFRS 2, it's just investor. So then I added that to highlight it in that last sentence of 3.1, but it is the same concept that for public sector needs, they'd be looking at a multi-stakeholder model.
Yeah, thank you so much. I understand. However, the multi-stakeholder impact-focused needs of public sector users added. So
public sector report users.
Aside 3.1, the last words of public sector users. It's I cannot strictly understand the implication.
Yeah, I can clarify. Is it then the needs of public sector users? I think that's what it's intended to be. Read the way. Yeah, that helps. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. So with that, I'm moving us to a vote. So Ross, can you?
Yes, so can I have all members that vote to approve this to please raise your hand? If you're online, please raise your hand. So if you vote for. (18), that's unanimous.
So thanks very much, everyone. Again, I think that's another very important decision, and certainly I think
Ladalisa, who many of you might remember as our ex-co-op student who worked for IPSASB back in 2019, who now is a senior accountant at KPMG, working in the energy and mining practice. So we've asked both Dan and Christy to come and join us today to give us a little bit of an overview of how IFRS 6 actually is used in the public sector, in the mining group, so people can understand some of the ins and outs of how it's used in practice from people who are using it all the time. So with that, I want to thank both Dan and Christy. I used to work with Dan when I was in the mining practice a long time ago now. And actually, when I first got to know Dan, he was in Brazil at that time working on a mining client that I was auditing in Canada. And I used to talk to Dan all the time. I worked together with him for almost a year before we met in person. But he's been a colleague and a friend for a long time. And we've kept in touch with Christy since she's joined KPMG, and we're very happy to accept her back at the board table. Thanks.
Thanks for the introduction, Ross. Definitely a full circle moment being back here after being a co-op. Okay, so we'll just kind of get started. So like they mentioned, we're here to talk about a little bit on IFRS 6, just give you guys an overview of the standard, and to also talk a little bit about our experience recognizing natural resources in the private sector through our experience with our clients at KPMG. Oh, gotcha. Thanks, Ian. Okay, so I'll first start off with kind of a brief overview of the life cycle or timeline of a mine. Well, this slide uses a mine as an example, but this life cycle really applies to any energy project or a natural resource project. We're just going to use a mine as an example because that's what we mainly work with our clients. So we first start off with the pre-exploration stage. This is where not much is going on yet. This is where the entity would be trying to get its permits and that kind of thing. And then once they obtain the legal right to explore the area, it moves them onto the second stage here, which is the exploration and evaluation stage. And that's where the exploration and evaluation expenditures are incurred. And then once the project hits that technical feasibility and commercial viability milestone, they move on to the development phase. And then once the resources start being extracted, they move on to the production phase. And then finally, the reclamation and restoration phase once the resources have been extracted. So it is important to note that IFRS 6 only really applies in a very specific point in the timeline, which is highlighted on the slide here. And there are two very key milestones related to the applicability of IFRS 6. So that's the obtaining of the legal right to explore. That's when IFRS 6 starts to apply. And then the second one is the when technical feasibility and commercial viability is demonstrated by the project. And that's really shown in two main ways. So the number one is the having a feasibility study done. And the second one would be getting approval from the board.
That's typically in practice what we apply or what we consider like leaving the IFRS 6 phase.
Yep, exactly. Thanks, Dan. So that's kind of the overview of what we're going to be talking about, but obviously you're going to be focusing on the exploration and evaluation stage here.
And just to be clear, that would move you into IFRS 16 typically, I think.
Yeah,
in a
exactly.
mining project.
Yeah, and then before the exploration and evaluation stage, there's not really any explicit guidance. You would just be expensing everything at that point. Okay, so moving on to the standard itself, we've pulled a few key paragraphs from IFRS 6 that we wanted to highlight for the presentation here. So in terms of scope, the standard only covers exploration and evaluation expenditures. It doesn't hit anything else. And then those expenditures have to be incurred after the entity obtains legal rights to explore the area, but before they hit that technical feasibility and commercial viability milestone that we talked about in the prior slide. Now, it is important to note that IFRS 6 is optional to apply. Entities don't have to apply the standard. So it is an option entities have to apply.
In terms of expensing, you mean?
Yes, in terms of expensing, yes.
It's an accounting policy choice. You can either choose to expense the exploration and evaluation, or you can choose to capitalize it. And I think in practice, what we see, it typically depends on the size of the entity. So if it's a larger, multi-asset producing entity, they would typically expense it because it's not relevant to the company. It's usually immaterial to their statements. A smaller single asset, say junior exploration, mining, or oil and gas company, they tend to, depends on where you are, truthfully, but at least in Canada, most companies tend to capitalize it when they're smaller like that.
Yep. So yeah, like Dan mentioned, essentially the standard allows entities to capitalize those exploration and evaluation expenditures. In paragraph 9 here gives some examples of what kind of expenditures would fall under that category. So, for example, any geological studies done by the entity or exploration drilling costs, sampling costs, those will all count as exploration and evaluation expenditures. And paragraph 9F here would give you more of a definition of what the exploration and evaluation expenditures would be. And those assets or the expenditures to capitalize could be tangible or intangible. It would just depend on the nature of the expenditure, but we do see both in practice.
I would say it depends on the jurisdiction as well. In Canada, we tend to call them tangible assets. I don't really have a good answer as to why, but that's what we do. And I think one other thing, also in practice, I think, this is a list of all types of costs that are in the standard. I would say in practice, at least in Canada as well, and these things tend to be a little bit country specific in terms of what you see, but IFRS 6 is pretty wide open, which is probably one of the criticisms of the standard as it's written. Mining companies, or at least our clients in practice, they tend to capitalize if they want to capitalize. I mean, in broad strokes, it's if it occurred at the exploration site, it's generally capitalized. If it's off-site admin type stuff, it's generally not. I would say 80% plus apply that type of rule in terms of what they're capitalizing. And I think we're going to get into a little bit, but for reference to what we're going to talk about in the next couple of slides, it's all historical costs incurred. Is I think one of the key things you guys wanted to talk about today.
Yes. Okay, and so yeah, given that the standard does allow the choice of whether to expense or capitalize, we do see kind of a variation in terms of the policies that different entities apply. And for example, they can capitalize all of the expenditures, evaluation and exploration expenditures. So capitalize them all as assets. And like Dan said, this is more kind of common with junior mining companies that don't have a major producing asset yet. So that those E&E expenses or expenditures would be their main asset since they're pretty small. And they can capitalize those expenditures even if the outcome of those expenditures are unknown or not certain at the time, like that's not something they consider, they can just go ahead and capitalize it. On the other hand, an entity could choose to completely expense all of the exploration evaluation expenditures and not capitalize anything. And so, in that example, that entity would just have not applied IFRS 6 at all, which is fine because it is a policy choice. Okay. And then in terms of what we see for assets related to natural resources that are capitalized on the financial statements as assets, they mainly relate to kind of these two possibilities that I'm going to talk about. The first one is the capitalization of exploration and evaluation expenditures under IFRS 6, which is what we focused on in this presentation here. But that would also include the capitalization of site development costs, but those would be under IS 31 or IFRIC 20 or other standards here. And in this case, the asset balance or the amount that would show on the balance sheet would be the expenditure amount that was capitalized. And then the second possibility would be the acquisition of mineral interests at fair value in a business combination. And then the basis of recognizing the asset here would be that exchange with an unrelated third party. And in this case, the asset balance or the amount would be based on IFRS 3.
Which is technically, I guess it's at fair value because it was presuming it's an arm's length transaction. But it is still what you paid for it. So it's a cost-based model for that, although it's at fair value in theory on day one, I guess. And I think, I don't know if we have another slide on that, but I think we talked a little bit about it's a policy choice to expense or capitalize. Just for those that are interested, the companies that do choose to expense their exploration evaluation expenditure, I've never seen anybody not, because you can actually differentiate by type of cost within IFRS 6. It's not limited to all or nothing. You can actually go line by line and choose what you want to capitalize. I would say some people where that would be applied in practice would be salaries, or stock compensation. Sometimes if you have like a heavy stock compensation model and you don't want to build your balance sheet up, companies will choose just to expense the stock compensation related portion, even for, say I'm like a geologist working on site. That'd be a good example of that. But all of the companies choose to capitalize E&E incurred on an acquisition. So I've never seen anybody say, I'm going to go out buy this business and I'm going to expense it immediately. I think that would just be strange in your financial statement. So while it is an option, it's something I've never seen anybody do in practice.
Yeah. So like Dan said, these, there's a lot of in between that we see in terms of a policy. You don't have to, like you said, capitalize everything or expense everything. There's a bit of a kind of gray area that you can go in between. It's just up to the entities to set their own policies on that. Okay, and then in terms of what we've seen in our experience in recognizing natural resources as assets, you may have noticed that what we talked about here doesn't actually relate to the underlying unextracted resource. It relates to the expenditures. So, the exploration, evaluation, and development expenditures. It doesn't actually relate to the underlying resource. And that's even if, they've been quote unquote proven in studies by geologists or engineering reports. Those reports don't actually give any assurance over the existence of the resource. So as accountants, we can't really rely on those reports to recognize an asset. And the geologists and engineers themselves will tell you that they don't provide assurance over the existence of the resources. Now, we do use those reports from the engineers and geologists for things like impairment testing. But in that case, we will be focusing on the valuation of the asset, not the existence of the asset. So the bottom line really is that we don't generally recognize the underlying unextracted resources. We would just be recognizing the expenditures related to those resources through, capitalization of the exploration and evaluation expenditures and development costs. So it wouldn't be related to the actual underlying asset. So, for example, if an entity thinks that there are a certain number of ounces of gold underground, and they have geologists and engineers telling them that they've ran their tests and they estimate that there's a certain amount of ounces underground. Those ounces actually don't meet the the asset recognition criteria, and so they can't recognize those ounces as assets at that point because they don't meet the asset recognition criteria yet. So I think that's it for what I wanted to touch on. Danny, have anything?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing to add to that would be keeping in the IFRS 6, standard here. They wouldn't be at a feasibility stage yet, right? They would just be at a resource stage, so it wouldn't be proven up. So I think that sort of helps as to why you wouldn't want to put any value on them if people are thinking of doing that, other than the cost.
I think that wraps up our presentation. We're happy to take any questions from the board or dive into any of the topics that we touched on now or later. So appreciate your time.
Oh, well, thank you very much for that presentation. I think that's very valuable, actually, just getting those practical perspectives over. And I think, that's very much the intention of the session, that it actually, as we start to move into developing an aligned standard for an aligned IPSAS, actually, that we kind of understand that that context, even although it's fairly specialized for the public sector. So basically, if you're okay, then we'll just open up for sort of questions that's prompted. So Thomas, to you first.
Yeah, once that is figured out. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Dan, for the presentation. It was really interesting. I'm an audit partner with EY, but I have no experience whatsoever in kind of the mining industry. So apologies for asking stupid questions. I just probably misunderstood or did not really capture what you said regarding impairment. I did understand that we don't recognize, or you don't, our clients do not recognize the asset. What kind of impairment are we talking about then? You said, okay, you focus on the valuation, but not on the existence of the asset. What asset are we talking about?
Well, in this case, it would be that the asset we would be talking about would be the capitalized cost value carried on your balance sheet of your IFRS 6 expenditures. Okay, I think all we were trying to segregate was say that, like, we have an accumulated cost model, right? Effectively under IFRS 6. And then, where do we use actual resource studies, or where do they come into play? I think what the point we were trying to make was we don't use them as a way to derive a value to put on the balance sheet in the first place. Okay, I think that's where we were trying to put the stake in the ground. All that to say, then, it's not that we don't use them ever in sort of the audit process that we're involved with, because we do use them to support valuations when you have an impairment test. And I would clarify, we don't use them in IFRS 6 impairment tests as well, because they're not proven up at that phase. And there's generally no cash flows associated in the geological studies at that phase. That would be the IFRS 16 impairment test. And we didn't talk about it here, so we weren't asked to, but IFRS 6 has a special impairment section within it, which is a little more lenient than the normal impairment standard.
Yeah, just as a follow-up question, if I may, how do you calculate then the comparison amount, which you kind of compare the recognized expenses with? You said the ounces, let's say,
for impairment testing purposes.
Yeah, let's take the example of the ounces in the ground. You say, okay, there is kind of existence uncertainty.
No, to clarify a little bit further. So we rely on the geologist in that phase, and I will clarify. We typically don't use them for impairment tests of IFRS 6. Okay, this would be like outside. Anyway, because the more advanced geological studies have DCF cash flows in them, and they've done more drilling or more work to prove up when you get to like a reserve, for those that are familiar with the geological terminology. And in that case, we build DCF models or discounted cash flow models off the quantity of ounces in the ground times an assumed price and assumed cost. But in the IFRS 6 phase, those studies are early stage resource studies, and they don't provide any of that information. They just say, we've done some drilling, here's the drill holes, and that's it. And for that impairment testing purpose, if it's rare you have an impairment test in IFRS 6? Because typically the standard says the only time you have one is A, if you're going to walk away from the project, B, if you no longer own the project, and C, if you no longer have any budget related to it to spend. No planned future spend, I think, is the actual language.
Thanks for that. Other questions from board members? Renee?
Yes, thank you. Very informative session. And I kept thinking about how could that approach, that thinking, that mindset be applied to other types of natural resources. So thank you very much. That's super useful. I want to just zero in on the boundaries of what is exploration and evaluation, when you're in and then when you're out. So the in is a legal right to exploring the site plus board approval. So, so I'd like
The in
to
is just the legal right to explore. So you have the license and permits, either directly held or sometimes via contract to conduct the exploration work, but it's legal right to explore. Anything prior to that must be expensed. So like if you're incurring, a typical thing is you're incurring legal costs to obtain the license, for example, that has to be expensed because you don't have the legal right to explore the property at that time. Once you obtain it, then you can apply this IFRS 6 standard. It's your policy choice to capitalize or expense the cost incurred once you have the legal right to explore. And then you leave IFRS 6, I forget the exact language, but the way we apply it in practice, at least in the mining space, is once there's demonstrated reserves, I think it says once there's technical feasibility, I think is the language from the standard of the, so we interpret that to mean once there's reserves in a project, and just for those that aren't mining or oil and gas people, at least in Canada, there's defined, that's Canadian Institute of Mineral, I forget what the exact board is, but they define them as reserves and resources. Reserves have no economic demonstration at that phase. So basically you've done some drilling, you haven't drilled close enough to have like a detailed bit of information yet. And then reserves are, you've done enough drill holes for it to be really close together, and as a result, you're able to demonstrate that they're like how you could economically extract the model. So you've built like a mine plan or an oil and gas extraction plan, that type of thing. So you leave once you have that reserve study. So you've demonstrated that they're economic. And I think that sort of puts you into the IFRS 16 standard, which I'm going to get off topic here. I'm not a technical accountant, maybe like some of the other people are, but when it's legitimately an asset at that point, right? Because it's economic. But we do see that companies in practice get reserve studies before the board's made a decision to build the mine or the oil and gas well. So we typically combine the two, because you don't want to leave that phase yet if you're not certain they're actually going to build a mine. Because I think that's what you're trying to get into. IFRS 6 or property plant equipment, or 16, sorry, would apply when you have a physical operating mine, or at least one in construction. So those are the two.
So just a follow-up question. I thought you made a reference to the board and the board approval.
The company's board, yeah.
In what context do you look for?
Well, typically before someone makes a large capital investment decision, the boards will approve the decision to construct. So we look for something like that, like a construction decision by the board.
And do you look for that in addition to having the legal right?
I presume the board wouldn't make the decision without the legal right. They would have to have it. Yeah.
So again, just to clarify my understanding, an entity may have the legal right, but may not decide to go ahead, in which case you're looking at both, right? You may have the legal right, but no decision to proceed. You're looking for evidence of a decision to proceed.
Yeah, from an audit perspective. Sorry, that's how we apply it in practice.
Thank you. That's useful. Thank you.
So I think what you're seeing is that, and I think this is where your question is very valid, Renee, is that, at what point do you start recognizing and accumulating exploration costs? And then at what point do you get sufficient certainty that the board would take a decision that this is actually something that they're going to invest in actually mining? So it's that sort of decision point.
And what happens in that case is, and we didn't have this in the slide deck, but you're required once that event occurs, you're required to do a mandatory impairment test, actually, and you reclassify them out of IFRS 6 into IFRS 16, so part of property, plant, and equipment. And we can debate, some countries will put them in intangibles as well, depending on the cost. But in Canada, we put them in IFRS 16 as property, plant, and equipment. So it's just a reclass in the balance sheet with a mandatory impairment test.
I mean, I think that's because obviously in this area, what we're going to go on and discuss is actually the interface between a potential standard on natural resources and the other standards. But you know, that point at which do they come out of IFRS, so that, you know, an aligned standard with IFRS 6 into property, plant and equipment or intangibles is equally important, I think, in people understanding the geography in this area. And there will be different issues if we look at other types of tangible natural resources, because we looked in our study at water and living resources, and I can kind of see different issues there. To subsoil, in a sense, actually subsoil is a harder case because you can't see it, whereas with the others maybe you can see it. So I think, you know, there are different issues, but I think it's really helpful to have this discussion. Camira, to you next.
Thanks for the presentation. I had more a question about your experience in relation, because now we are in a situation where we are analyzing, okay, the natural resources as an underlying asset. So if we assume that for a public sector entity, the subsoil resource meet all the criteria for the recognition as an asset, the entity has control over it, and what is missing is the reliable measurement, right? And what is available, let's say, is this geologist report that you mentioned. Okay, they of course do not provide assurance, but is there any way out that we can assume, okay, there is still some kind of percentage of accuracy, and if the entity decides to take a more conservative approach and say, okay, if the geologist report says that we have 100, then let's take a very conservative approach and then use a value of 25% of that as an initial. So how do you see this? Is it too risky to do something like that? So how accurate are those geologist reports, and how if there is a workaround to put a value on those underlying resources?
Okay, so the question is in specifically, and I'm not super familiar with the proposed the discussion that you guys are going to have going forward, but from our conversation earlier, Ross, my understanding is it's considering possibly putting a value on the balance sheet of underlying assets, or okay, fair enough. So I think to answer your question, so it would be extremely difficult, I think, for us to do something like that. So like personally, I'm much more comfortable with the cost model. I think it makes a lot of sense. I've spent this amount. You can easily verify the costs. Okay. I think the trouble with geology reports is, at least, you know, in Canada, we have a securities law that covers geological reports called National Instrument 43-101. And it defines the standards that the geologist has to apply when preparing the report. And for those of you that are Canadian or maybe even heard around the world, this came out after a huge gold scandal in Indonesia called BRIEX, where they said they had gold in the ground, and it turned out they did not have any gold in the ground. Other countries, if there's any Australians here, there's a similar one in Australia called JORC. And in the US, they have Industry Guideline 7, which determines these things. There's nuances between them, but they're all generally the same thing. I think the one large nuance is, I believe, in the US, they have to use like a trailing price. I mean, the trouble is there's a lot of variables, right? And you know, in Canada, the geologist, he can basically do anything he wants in the report, right? So you can choose any price you like, you can choose any costs you like, as long as you disclose it. The point is, it's clearly laid out there in the report, so the investor can read it and make their own decision as to whether they want to invest in it or not, with the assumption that they used. I think for us to put that on the balance sheet, it would be extremely difficult, because you still have these very wide ranges of assumptions that goes into those reports. So I'm not sure how you would pick one of them and maintain a consistency across all companies. I think that's where you'd run into some issues. if you're trying to go that route.
Ross, did you want to come in on that?
Yeah, well, maybe it's kind of a quasi question for Dan on a follow up on that. So I think in that question, I think it comes down to how the geologist report is designed and how it's used. And it's never, the geologist in their work is not meant to be used for purposes of valuation in the financial statements. They give a geologist report that gives their estimate based on the scientific data, how much of a particular resource is in the ground, and how much drilling has been done if we're talking mining, and how certain they are on their predictions on what the resource is there. And then they take a cost model to what's it going to cost us to get it out and what's the current commodity price to determine whether it's economical or not. So that's appropriate for use for impairment because you're basically determining if the amount you've capitalized that's an expense should continue to be deferred. But if you flip it around, the geologist hasn't designed that report so you could put a value on specific resources to put in the balance sheet. So I think you'd really struggle to get them to sign that representation off so that you could rely on it like you would for an actuarial report for pension accounting.
And even less so at the early stage exploration. I mean, they're pretty clear in those reports for those that have read them that, you know, it's early days, you know, we've done a little bit of drilling and they, you know, they use extrapolation models, right? So just because you had one drill hole going this way, which had, let's say, you know, 10 grams of gold per meter or something like that, and it doesn't mean that it's going to occur throughout the whole land package. I think it would be extremely difficult certainly at early stage. At later stage, when you've built like you know, life of mine plans or these types of things that they do, then you could maybe have a better discussion at that, but that's outside the scope of IFRS 6. Again, that's different.
So I mean, all of this it's more about building an investment case, and at what point do you have sufficient information, which I think was to Renee's point, that you could actually, you know, that a board would actually sign off on saying, actually, we're going to commit all the significant amounts of expenditure to exploration. And even at that stage, you wouldn't have sufficient information to say this will be the value of that, because you don't know what you're going to find.
I think to me, I was thinking about it a little bit just walking over here as well. To me, it's effectively the company's inventory, right? Before it's actually inventory. And I will tell you, like in practice, I've seen the report says this, and then what comes out of the ground is totally different. You know, that happens all the time for sure. I joke with them. The only thing that they know is that it's definitely going to be wrong. So, which is the case. I mean, geologists will tell you that for sure. So, you know, if you think to the inventory standard, for example, you're not putting your inventory on your books at your fair value, right? It's lower cost net realizable value. So I don't see why you would take even earlier stage inventory, you know, that is still somewhere deep in the ground and put it on your books at fair value when it's even lesser known for sure than, you know, even like a stockpile of ore sitting above surface that has been removed from the ground, ready to be processed, and then is your inventory. Even that, you know, once it is run through a processing circuit, it can be different than what your geological study said. And it very often is, you know, it's complicated.
So that's the classic risk and reward.
That's the audit partner talking in.
Yeah. Any other questions? Renee.
It's more of more of a thought than a question. So it's interesting how you referred to them on one of your slides as exploration evaluation assets, right? So the asset is measured at cost. It's the capitalized costs that are underlying the asset that is set up on the balance sheet. So I really reflect on that, and I think that this could be a very useful approach for us in thinking about a natural asset, right? We may also be thinking about not necessarily valuing the underlying resource, but maybe capitalizing the historical cost of an entity, doing something with the natural resource in order to deliver a public sector service or mandate, or maybe generate economic benefit like you do in a case of a commercial mine. So I find this is very enlightening, because I think this is an approach we could also consider. I know that we've heard from constituents resistance about valuing the underlying asset, I think for the same reason as with subsoil resources. So maybe there's a way to reflect the fact that some public sector entity are investing significant amount or spending significant amount of money to manage a particular natural resource for a specific purpose, right? And I think that it could be a possible avenue for recognizing some value, capitalizing some value. The fact also that it's a choice, that's another reflection I'm having. The standard being a choice is also makes a lot of sense. A lot of our constituents, in response to our CP, were concerned about, are you going to mandate us to start inventorying all the trees and all the forests and all the natural resource in our area? And of course not. That's not the intent. So again, if you offer a choice based on specific criteria, then that's an interesting approach. So I'm just reflecting. I find your presentation extremely insightful. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. And I guess sort of interpreting what you said, then the default is actually that you expense. It's only if you actually make the decision to capitalize, which I think goes with what you just said, Renee.
I will say as well, there are a lot of people that don't like IFRS 6 just as a standard. I mean, they think, why does mining and energy and natural resources get its own little carve out? I mean, if you think of it, like the technology, and I don't know technology businesses that well, but it's similar, right? You have a lot of upfront R&D, which is required to be expensed, and then you have an asset effectively. So, why do the mining and oil and gas companies get to capitalize it, or an option to capitalize it? Just thinking about how you called it an asset. There is a view out there that it isn't an asset, just to be clear as well. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, I think that is a really, really good education session for us as we start to move into that area. And, I suspect there may well be, further questions along the way. But it's really thank you very much for taking the time to come and present to us today. And Christy, it's great to see you again. It's always nice when you see people progressing in their careers. So thanks very much. And I think that provides very neat context for moving us into the broader natural resource project. So, feel free to open the popcorn and sit in the back row and enjoy as we. But I think Edwin, welcome you to the table.
So hopefully that popcorn reference wasn't prepping me for drama, but natural resources. And I guess just as a brief introduction, so most of the papers that I've sent out are actually just really executing the instructions from the March meeting. And the first one was really coming up with a plan for the project. So if you recall from when we issued the CP, we were actually planning to issue an exposure draft at this meeting. Obviously, that's not happening. So the staff has come up with a new timeline. And this right now is just showing up to March. So for the next few months, the plan is to develop an exposure draft, or two exposure drafts, rather. One is on the financial reporting of the underlying natural resources in the financial statements, and that will be covered partially at this meeting. And the other one is an alignment exposure draft on IFRS 6, and also guidance such as IFRIC 20 and pieces of IS 16 that Dan talked about. So that was part of the reason why we invited Dan and Christy to come speak with us. And the plan is to have both of these ready for approval in March of next year, so March 2024. And assuming that these two EDs are approved by the board in Q2, so probably sometime in April or May, we will release the two exposure drafts, so natural resources and also some form of IFRS 6 alignment over exposure draft, and then the usual at a glance and the introductory webcast. So I'll pause here and see if the board agrees with this timeline. It is a bit ambitious, but I think it is very doable, depending on the decisions at this meeting, of course.
Thanks, Edwin. And I think that's always the caveat as we move forward, that, you know, we don't know, you know, quite the rocks in the road that we're going to hit. Although I think actually you've identified a number of the key issues based on feedback. So with that, I mean, we don't normally, you know, I think it'll be a staff view on as we move on, and we will keep it under review. Camira.
Thanks, Chair. Edwin, just a clarification question. So I remember when we issued the consultation paper, the original idea was to develop like separate exposure drafts per each of the, so one for water, one for subsoil resources, and the other for living resources. So now the plan will be to have one exposure draft that will be overarching not only those three, but all natural resources. Is that correct?
Yes, so it'll be an overarching exposure draft, and then water, subsoil, and living resources are actually going to be specific examples. So those are still going to be discussed, but it'll be in the context of either implementation guidance or illustrative examples.
Todd.
Thanks, Ian. Just reflecting on the presentation that we've had, I wonder whether there are a number of conversations we need to have as a board before we get into considering what we're doing here and the timeframes that we might take. And some of the things that I've been reflecting on, there are obviously questions about IFRS 6 that are out there from the comments that were made, that some people would argue that it doesn't meet the definition of an asset, the capitalization of these costs. So there may be something that we want to think about there in terms of our framework as well. So, you know, we could still actually have a bit of a debate on the back of that presentation about whether we want to go down that track. And then I think there's quite a bit that we need to discuss about pursuing a natural resources ED as well. So I wonder whether, if we agree that it's going to be a time frame that might take us out to 2024, I'm not at this point convinced, without being able to have a conversation and explore as a board some of the things that we've heard this morning.
Well, in terms of the status of IFRS 6, the ISB has reviewed what to do with that, and they have essentially decided that they will retain the existing standard. They will review the disclosure requirements on it, and that is likely to come through on a longer time frame. But they're not, you know, having reviewed it, they're not fundamentally saying they're going to withdraw IFRS 6. And if you look at our conceptual framework, I don't think any of the things that are in the framework would actually cause us to say there is a public sector reason why we shouldn't move ahead with this. Ross.
Well, just to remind the board that we had that presentation today because the board agreed in March we were going to do that project. So, I mean, are we going to redebate fundamentally because of the presentation that we're not going to take the approach that we decided to do? I don't think we should. Personally, I think we should take it forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have, as a board, decided that we're moving ahead with two EDs, one on natural resources and one on aligned standard on IFRS 6. And, you know, there's nothing in the environment that says that there should be something public sector specific that would cause you not to develop an aligned ED for IFRS 6. I mean, I'm not going to allow the board to reopen this decision. We decided in March, and we're moving ahead on that basis. So I'm happy to take comments about the timeline, but the timeline is an operational matter. It's not a board decision. So, you know, we keep the timelines under review at all stages. So, you know, I'm happy to take comments in terms of thinking, but we're not going to have a debate about fundamentally, is it March or is it June next year, or are we going to, nor are we going to reopen the decisions that we took in March. So on that basis, I'll take Renee and then Lucy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm exactly where you are, and I wanted to express that perspective. You are asking us to approve a decision on a proposed timeline. This is an extremely complex area we're getting into, and I trust that as a board, we will be making the right project management decisions along the way. And long projects that lasted multi-years did not originally maybe have the proposed multi-year timeline, but we ended up where we ended up. So personally, I think today we need to have a timeline. We need to start somewhere. We need to put a stake in the ground, and we will reassess as we go. I trust that we will be able to do this.
Thanks, Renee. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to call the attention of Edwin and maybe Ross on the timeline that's included in the exposure draft dashboard, and that in the work program, because in the work program, it is December. We're looking at December 2023 as for the approval of the ED, whereas in the dashboard, it is March 2024. So although we will be updating that on Friday, I think there should
simply because we haven't taken this decision yet. So that's the purpose of this today. So the board decides where it wants to go. If we have more specifics on the project, then we update the work program, but we don't do it the other way around normally.
Okay. So I think with that, we move on into the substantive issues.
Okay, so moving on to agenda item 9.2.2. So this agenda item wasn't really a technical paper. It was just setting out, okay, here are all the, I guess, the research that we've done in the consultation paper, and here are all the comments that we have received from constituents. And what I tried to do is to set out those two pieces against how an exposure draft would look like. So, and the reason why we did that is because if we have kind of a shell exposure draft, and what we already decided and what constituents have already commented on, then that highlights what key issues are remaining, which is what is shown on this slide. So as we talked about in March, there were a lot of concerns about the general description of natural resources. And as we move to the ED stage, in IPSAS, in actually all these standards in the IPSAS, we normally don't use general description. So that's why the plan is to move to a definition of natural resources, and that will be covered at this meeting. The second key issue is really what to do with the actual recognition of these. So if you recall from March, we had very strong views from constituents that essentially told us that these aren't assets, or they don't think they're assets. And it wasn't really just a matter of measurement. A lot of constituents brought up things like, well, we don't think these are resources to begin with, or we don't think you can control them. So we've put together a view that essentially we've left the door open a bit to say maybe there are some cases where you can recognize these as assets, but for the majority of the time, we expect that you will not be able to meet the recognition criteria. So that will be discussed at this meeting as well. Now, in terms of the actual recognition requirements, I guess I wanted to get a sense from the board of what you thought about this rebuttable presumption approach before actually thinking about the debits and the credits. That's why I've set it for a discussion in September, depending on what we decide here. And then there were also comments about how we needed application guidance, implementation guidance, and illustrative examples. So right now I'm anticipating we'll talk about application guidance in September and then implementation guidance and examples in December of this year. And also other pieces in the exposure draft, like the amendments to other IPSAS and the basis for conclusions, will be presented to the board in the next 2 meetings. Okay, so the decision at this point is really tied to the first one that we've already talked about, which is does the board agree that this proposed timeline really makes sense to put together these pieces in the exposure draft? So I'll open it up to comments.
Thanks, Edward. And I think that diagram you've given, or that the tables you included, are helpful in reminding us about what we covered in the consultation paper and the degree of support we got. So what it does is locate the key areas that we need to debate in the context of that standard. So the idea is that the standard actually has a connection back to what we expose to constituents, helps us in terms of a roadmap of where are we in terms of the debates, and allows us to gradually evolve the drafting. Just sort of reactions in terms of, I guess, have we got the key issues and just that sort of gradual approach to resolving? Yep, sure.
Thank you. I think the objective, it's an area that we have to discuss too, because the objective indicate how the scope, or what is the scope of the project. Thank you.
Yep, agreed. Thank you. Andrew.
Edwin, just a question, disclosures I don't see listed there. Are we planning to address disclosures as we go through related to each area or only on the end?
So we actually had a lot of support for the proposed disclosures from the CP. So that's why if you look in the exposure draft that I've attached at the very back, like we actually just lifted the requirements from the CP and I guess repackaged them into exposure draft language. So a lot of that was already exposed to constituents and discussed with the board, but it was back in the CP stage.
And certainly the proposal is that we walk through the first draft of the exposure draft, pick up high-level comments on what's there, and also allow board members to contribute drafting suggestions offline, so that we can see this actually gradually developing. So, Andrew?
I guess my only concern is just depending on where we go, and I guess we'll know a little bit more through this meeting, is how substantive those disclosures are going to be in the context of the standard and based on the decisions that we're going to make. Are they still appropriate? Do we need to change them? And I think that's more than just a drafting issue.
Okay, and that probably makes sense that we have that as a check-in in December, that actually when we've covered those other areas that, or maybe it's September, I don't know, leave Edwin to see what make most sense. But as you say, if we have an explicit debate on to make sure we've got that point. Okay, back to you, Edwin.
Thanks, Ian. So the next paper is on the proposed definition of natural resources. And I would say this is the first technical paper I'm presenting. So just a very quick reminder of what we've talked about in March. A lot of respondents to the CP raised concerns about what was previously the general description of natural resources. And they said it was, the first issue was it was too difficult to implement in practice. And that's because we described natural resources as something that was a resource, a naturally occurring item, and in its natural state. And respondents didn't really like that last bullet because they said, well, it's really hard to determine whether something is in or out of the natural state. We didn't provide any clear-cut guidance in the CP. And we did try to say something is in the natural state if it hasn't been subject to human intervention. So a lot of constituents jumped onto that point and said, well, we don't like this human intervention concept because some constituents said, well, because of climate change, everything has already been intervened. So in their view, nothing was a natural resource. And in some other instances, constituents said, well, what about things like conservation and preservation activities? That to us seems like human intervention. So that will also kick out something from this project, which is not our original intention. And there was also a very vocal group of respondents that said, well, this general description is really too broad. And because of that, and the fact that your objective and purpose for this project was also really broad. So we have no idea what you're trying to get us to do. And they were very concerned that we were going to force governments to do an exercise where they have to inventory every single natural resource in their jurisdiction. And we actually had very strongly worded letters that said, well, are you expected us to go into the wilderness and count every single tree and look up every single river and put that on the balance sheet? And of course, that wasn't our intention. So what we have tried to do, what staff has tried to do, is really come up with a way of ring fencing it. And as noted in March, the reason why we had that third bullet of having to be in its natural state and having to not be subject to human intervention is because if you think about it, everything is naturally occurring. So I can say, well, this clicker is made from plastic parts that were at one point naturally occurring. So this could be a natural resource if we don't have boundaries. So what we've tried to do is, based on the CP, it's very obvious that, just saying not subject to human intervention doesn't cut it. So we have tried to use more of a scoping approach to carve out what is actually in the scope of this standard and what we actually mean by natural resources. So the first step we try to do is clarify that this exposure draft is going to exclude anything that is in scope of an existing IPSAS. So that includes things like inventory in IPSAS 12, investment property in 16, agriculture in 27, intangible assets, and also PP&E in IPSAS 45. So once we have scoped out those items, we're really left with a natural resource is things that are naturally occurring, like a naturally occurring item, and things that are a resource as defined in the standard. So we're going to have a definition for resource in the standard that is essentially verbatim what is the definition in the conceptual framework. So it's not really resource in the colloquial sense, it's actually a very defined term. So we hope that by having those two terms in the definition, it would kind of tip off to constituents that, no, we're not talking about every single thing under the sun. There is a very specific criteria that you have to meet to fall within the standard. And finally, the final bullet on this slide is, as I said, it is a defined term in the conceptual framework. And I just wanted to point out that at the CAG, we got a question on, well, if it's already in the framework, do you need to have that definition in the standard? And I think the answer to that is yes, because the conceptual framework isn't authoritative. And by repeating that definition in the standard, it is a way to bring that into authoritative text in the IPSAS.
So thanks for that introduction, Edwin. Thomas, perhaps if I could go to you to feedback on the discussion in the CAG.
Yes, thank you. I think I tried already to summarize the feedback on Tuesday, but just reiterate, I think regarding, let me say, first of all, I think the CAG appreciated that you kind of addressed the point of kind of the difficulties around human intervention, because I think that there were problems and discussions in the CAG around this term as well. So I think that was appreciated. Regarding the scoping, I think there were comments to say, okay, not really sure, because it seems to kind of clarify what it is not instead of saying what it isn't. You call that ring fencing. I think it is a reasonable approach, but there were some comments regarding, okay, do we really understand that? Regarding the definition, I think you kind of already referred to the discussion whether it is necessary to have a definition of resource in the standard. So I don't want to mention that again, but I think part of the definition of a resource is the economic benefits. And I think there was some questioning about what does it mean, economic benefits, in the context of natural resources. Why do we kind of understand economic benefits? Because planting a tree might kind of create economic benefits in avoiding any climate-based disaster in, let's say, 100 or 200 years. Is that already an economic benefit? Because then again, you would end up probably recognizing every single tree which helps rescuing the climate. So get a little bit more clarity on what is economic benefit in terms of natural resources. So I think that's probably for the moment.
Thanks, Thomas. I mean, one thing that I think did come out of the CAG discussion, which you alluded to, which probably we should take on board as an instruction to staff, is actually that point about thinking about that landscape that you've painted, Edwin, actually making sure that in those existing pieces of guidance, we've got appropriate, if you like, signposts or examples or whatever that would help people when we're thinking through when they're thinking about natural resources. So, if we're clear, we need to be clear about what's going to go into what's being covered by natural resources, but equally we need to make sure that the existing guidance does have any examples or whatever amended, added to it that will help people when they think about this area. Sorry, do you want to present that before I open up for comments? Yeah.
Yeah, so to help understand, essentially summarize what I've proposed in the paper. So we've put together a flow chart that I guess visually walks through what we're thinking. And the first step is really thinking about, well, is this item that you're thinking about already within the scope of an existing IPSAS? And if it is, you would just essentially go to the bottom part of this flowchart and get kicked out of the project, and you would just apply those IPSAS. If it's not, then the next question is, well, is this item naturally occurring? And might sound like a strange question, but you could have something like a financial instrument that would not be within the scope of the IPSAS that I've listed, and it's not naturally occurring. So you would also get kicked out of this project, and you would apply the appropriate IPSAS there. If it is a naturally occurring item, the next question is this item a resource as described or defined in the conceptual framework? And I'm saying conceptual framework here just for this presentation, but in the standard, it's going to say, is this a resource as defined in the standard? If it's not a resource at this point, we haven't thought about what to actually do with this item. So right now, we're just saying do nothing. It might be that we eventually come up with some other standard or some other reporting mechanism on this, but for now, we're just saying drive on. If it is a resource, then the next question is whether this is presently controlled. And this really spills into whether this is an asset already. So if it is control and control arose from a past event or past events, then you have to ask yourself, well, is this item that you control reliably measurable? If you can reliably measure the item, then you would actually say, well, oh, you actually do meet all the asset recognition criteria, and you would recognize that as an asset on the financial statements and provide disclosures, etc. In the cases where you say you do not control this item or control did not arise from past events, you would actually move down, and the next question would be, is this item important to understanding the finances of the entity or providing services? And this question is actually straight out of our conceptual framework, because our conceptual framework says, even if you have an asset or an item that's not an asset, if that item is important to these 2 points, so understanding finances or service delivery ability, then you actually have to talk about that in your financial statements, which is why we would point to this, I guess, the middle box, which is you would now have an unrecognized natural resource. And the only thing you would do for these items is to have disclosures in the statements. But if the item is not important to understanding the finances or ability deliver services, then at this point, we also go to the do nothing box, because at this point, we're not proposing to do anything. Okay, so I'll open up to the board now to see if there are any thoughts on this approach.
There clearly are. I think it's Noyati first, then Mike, and then Kamira, and I can see other flags. So what we'll do is maybe take a few questions and then go back to you. I don't think we'll get through all of the board questions before the lunch break, because we're 10 minutes off that. So I'll take a round of sort of three questions from board members, go back to you, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back into the discussion at that point. So I think the first three flags up were from Noyati, Mike, and Kamira.
Thank you, Chair. I think what I want to is also been raised in the CAC meeting last time, and then it is about the definition of inventory. Actually, we wish to highlight on the similarity of inventories definition in IPSAS 12 with the paragraph 15 of agenda 9.2.3 and as a recognition criteria in 9.2.4. So we actually need a further clarification on how to differentiate the definition under the IPSAS 12 and this definition in the natural resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Noyati. Mike, and then Kamira.
So thank you, Chair. Well, in principle, I agree with the steps you have to go through, but nevertheless, I think there's something which is also due that there might be certain room for improvement in order to clean up those definitions, because I think what here is missing is the criteria, is the resource a tangible item? Yeah, that is, if you look in the draft, you see that is not ABC, it's something there above, and so it would be useful to have that as a clear criteria, also to integrate that into that flow chart. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Kamira, and then I'll go back to Edwin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Edwin. I fully support most of the approach taken. So in terms of the scope, also the departing from the human intervention concept, also the point that in the definition you are clarifying that it is a tangible item, so that I think that makes it crystal clear. What is not too clear for me is that naturally occurring. That could be too broad. So perhaps we could a bit redefine that. So perhaps make mention that are those tangible items that are provided or supplied by the nature or by Earth or something like that, to make it more clear. Otherwise, natural occurring is too broad. But apart from that, I agree with the proposal. Thanks.
Thanks, Kamira. I mean, I think that point brought up by both Kamira and Mike is really important in terms of tangible items. And back to, perhaps, if you want to respond in particular to Noyati's point.
Yeah, I think what we plan to do is have implementation guidance to explain or really signpost when you're in the standard and when you're in an existing standard. So I think that will come into, or your question will come into play when we have that drafted. So we would have clear examples of when you're in inventory and when you're not. Yeah, and then as for the tangible point, yes, that's actually a very good point. We took the approach of adding IPSAS 31 to say intangibles are excluded, but I see that your point that it's more helpful to explicitly say this is intangibles only, so I will add that. And also, if I recall, we do actually talk about what is naturally occurring in the CP, so I can lift that description and add it here as well.
Thanks, and I think to one of the points that's been, I think it was Kamira made that point in terms of, I think we have to see, where that point is dealt with in terms of whether that's core text or its application guidance, but it clearly is really important to make sure that that's explained appropriately. Maybe take a couple more questions. I'm just going to go around the table. So I'll go to Claudia and Liang next.
Thank you very much. I agree with the proposal to base on the definition of resources from the conceptual framework. In the conceptual framework, a resource is defined also as a service potential as the capability of a resource to provide services that contribute to achieving the entity's objective. And I'm missing in the draft any exploration of this concept. We have actually more focused on the economic benefits. But what means this service potential? Especially, I'm not sure if in the definition section, we say something that the economic benefit or service potential attributable to the asset will flow to the entity. It's right. Because when we think on a school building, which is also a resource and it's an asset, and their service potential didn't flow to the entity at all. It flows to the inhabitants. So I'm not sure if this narrow definition, it also belongs to service potential, only to the benefits. So we make really clear what it's in resource or not.
So perhaps that was obviously similar to the point Liang was going to make. So Edwin, perhaps if you can respond to that.
So the way I read the framework, and I guess Ross, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the service potential is still flowing to the entity because the entity is using that asset to provide services. So,
Ross.
Yeah, I think the way it talks about is in delivering the entity's objectives. So again, the schools, example, you use the objective of the schools to deliver services of education. So that's service potential is being delivered as part of its broader objectives.
So it's probably actually thinking through a bit more how we actually operationalize in a standard what's in the conceptual framework. And I sort of, it sounds like actually we're all pretty much agreed about what we, but it's actually expressing that in the right words. So, clearly it's getting the definition right, and it may well be in terms of the explanation, application, all at the basis for conclusions, whatever the combination to both get the words right, but also to explain what we mean in that, if you like, those sorts of service provision situation. So at the risk in terms of timing, I'll take Renee's question and then I'll just ask Edwin to respond and then we'll break for lunch.
Okay, there are 3 points / questions I'd like to make. So first, I think that it would be useful to anchor those definitions, that particular definition, in the broader concepts that have already been defined, recognized in the field of natural resources by other authoritative bodies. So based on my own personal reflection, when I really liked, Edwin, the reference you made to a naturally occurring item as being something higher up in my mind in the logic before you get to a natural resource. Right. So if I backtrack from a natural resource and I'm trying to get myself connected into what is nature, right, that we observe out there, then I go from natural resource up to naturally occurring item. And what is naturally occurring item? And my research, and we've defined it as tangible, intangible items. And we decided that we would deal with water, living resource, and subsoil resource. But if you go back into the concepts, really what we're referring to are items of biodiversity. So biodiversity as already an existing definition, and it's the living, it's everything that is a living thing. So it's plants, it's animals, even humans, bacteria. So anything that is living, and then it interacts with non-living things to form an ecosystem. And there are 3 different, those out there are referring to 3 different ecosystems: aquatic, terrestrial, and what's the other one? Is it the wind? Yeah, the air, the atmospheric. So I really I think it's important for us as accountants coming into this new field, this new space, to acknowledge and recognize that others have been defining this field for ages, and trying to make sure that we're not siloed in our approach as accountant. So what I would like us to do is to anchor naturally occurring item as part of what is biodiversity, what is an ecosystem, and what's biodiversity. It's tangible. It's what we refer to as accountant as tangible items, right? And the other elements in the ecosystem, the wind, the light, the landscape, this is more intangible. I mean, water is on the landscape side, so I would put an asterisk next to water, right? Like we would define water as being tangible, right? So now that's my first reflection. That's my first comment. That first comment connects and overlaps with my second one. When I look at the logic of your decision tree, I'm questioning the order. It's difficult for me to wrap my head around starting with scoping out, like starting with the scope out question. Like, am I in PP&E or inventory? I'm not sure it's a useful way to start the guidance in the standard, because our constituents are looking actually for guidance and clarity. For example, when a natural resource or naturally occurring item would meet the definition of a PP&E. So if you start by saying, well, if it's in PP&E, you're out of the standard. Yeah, but we haven't helped our constituents understand if it's in PP&E. So I personally would like us to explore flipping the order. So starting with what is a naturally occurring item, as it relates to biodiversity, ecosystems, blah, blah, blah. Then you get into the natural resource definition. I really like what we've done so far with the natural resource definition, define that the way that we scoped it down to anchoring it in the framework. And then the natural resource, you do something with it. So as an entity, the entity then does something with it. And it's depending on what it does with it, you would end up in, if you're harvesting it, you're in agriculture. If you are extracting it for resale, you're in inventory. I don't know where you're in PP&E. Maybe we can explore that. So I see the scoping question coming after the definition in terms of the logic of how you would get into the standard. So that's one, that's two, and 3.
Should we let you reflect over
Yes,
lunch on that, Renee?
exactly. That's probably good for now. Thank you.
So I mean, I think in response to the points you made, I think in terms of the first one, I think we should definitely instruct staff to actually go away and work with you in terms of a diagram, because I think we're going to need that for communication purposes, certainly. And we should think about how that, whether we bring that into, for example, basis for conclusions or whatever in the standard, because that may well help our thinking, and that will then probably lead into your second point. I think in terms of responding to your second point, actually, I'd like to take comments from around the rest of the board, and then we'll come back on that, because I suspect other board members may well have comments on that thinking, but in a way that's a much more positive way of approaching it. So I think we'll hold that for now, and we'll allow you to put your third point when we come back from lunch. So with that, we break for lunch. So back here at 1:30, everyone. And thank you very much for a good morning's work. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So I think we were with Renee's third point before we move off around the board table. I wasn't being sarcastic on that one, Renee.
Yes, thank you. The point I wanted to make was about the definition, and we heard at the CAG meeting on Monday some pushback or some reactions to defining resource for the purpose of the standard. And something I would propose that we consider is I think that right now the paper is doing a good job at providing the building blocks of the definition, and resource as defined in the conceptual framework is one of the building blocks. But what I think the next step would be is we would go away and we would craft a definition that contains all of the building block, including the reference to the fact that it's a resource as intended by the conceptual framework. So I would suggest that we may steer away from trying to define resource, but using the concept of a resource as intended in a framework as part of the natural resource definition, and explaining in the text below that it in details what we mean, elaborating on it.
Okay, I think, use that as a steer, and then, we'll take the other comments and see where we get to. So I'm just going to go around the table. So Patricia next, then Andrew, then Lynn, and then Todd.
Okay, thank you. I think there are two main issues to address in this moment. One is the scoping, another one is the definition. In terms of the scoping, I think the proposal to use the resource, I think it's a good way, but in my view, I can be more directly and to say the natural resource assets, and then I include the idea of the resources, like in PP&E, and like the decision about heritage, for example. This is my first suggestion. The standard is about would be about the natural resource assets, and in this it's important because you indicate that the natural resource that you consider in the statement, financial statement, would be the natural resource that the entity has are object of the decision or the activities of the entity. I think it's my proposal to use the natural resource assets. Linked to this point, I think it's important to analyze the objective. I lose the objective here, but in the objective set, it's about the cash flows, and then only the natural resource that have some implication in terms of the cash flow should be included in the statement. I think it's my two suggestions to have a delimitation for the what to include and not include in the standards. But the second point is about the definition. I understand and I agree that the human intervention is not useful, and because in the end of the day, human is part of the ecosystem. Then it's impossible to segregate now what is or not is in human intervention. However, I think natural occurring has the same problem. What is naturally occurring? And then I think probably we need to think about other characteristics that have implication in terms of account treatment. And my suggestion is to think about this considering two perspectives. One for assets held for financial capacity, and another one for operational capacity. Because I think for financial capacity, we have more elements and other standards can use as a base. For example, the statistical, and I think it's two men, and I'd like to I would like to present my comments about the capitalized costs too. But I can, I mean, the other moment.
I just want to carry on taking comments on the definition, and you know, so if we can just carry on with that at the moment, we'll come back at the appropriate point in time.
Okay, thank you.
So can I go to Andrew, Lynn, Todd, and Murray, and then Abdullah?
Thanks. So I've been reflecting on the definition, and I like Renee's idea around starting with the definition of an item and then going down to a resource thereafter. And I think the reason that that's important is that I'm not sure that there's going to be any natural resources that will actually fall within the scope of the standard. I don't know what ends up in that last green block, if anything. And how I get there is if you're looking at a resource has to have a value to an entity, either through economic benefits or service potential. So by default, it has to have some form of use to it. And Claudia's point on the framework earlier around that needs to serve an entity's objective. So it must have some use or some purpose. And I think once something has got a defined use or a defined purpose, we fall within any of our other asset standards. So I'm not necessarily sure that something would have a use that doesn't fall within those standards. And if it doesn't have a use, it can't be a resource. So I don't know that anything actually ends up in the definition of a natural resource. So I don't know if staff perhaps can go away and do that thinking just to, kick the tires around it. But that potentially means that we then don't need the definition for natural resource. We stop it at natural item and then proceed from there.
Okay, I mean, I think we are going to have to, it kind of goes back to Renee's point about we need to sit this in the universe of what's out there and what the existing guidance actually is. And I think, this is the problem about tying it down to assets, because you actually have to take a step back, which I think is what you're saying. And I think, we'll come on to this in the next discussion, but it is the problem about we need, if you think back to where we started, and this was some of the discussion in the CAG, is actually there are different views here. And, you look at the statistical world and what they would put on balance sheet. And basically the challenge actually is probably, well, we don't really think that's an asset. It's too uncertain and so on. So I think we've got to be cognizant of that overall landscape before we get too far down into this. But I think so. I think that's where we're gonna struggle. But I think your point about start out, quite high up and then work down. So I think it's going to be how we pitch that, and how far up the tree. Sorry, I shouldn't use the word tree, but anyway, you know what I mean. Yeah, I'll carry on to Lynn before I dig myself into any more holes. Lynn.
Thanks. So I had two comments to make. Firstly, the scope point, your first box. You scoped out a number of standards there, including intangibles. I think you also ought to scope out IPSASB 43 leases. So whilst they're not tangible items nor intangible items. So I think for clarity, we should scope out 43. Then I come to the question on the definition, and I won't sort of make points that have been made by others, but I sort of feel that we are confusing a little bit between natural resources and natural resource assets. And I wonder if we actually need two definitions, one of natural resources and one of natural resource asset. So when I go across your flow chart on the screen, for natural resources that I don't control that are terribly important to my operations, you are suggesting I disclose. For items that are natural resource assets that I can't reliably measure, I end up in the same box on disclosures. I think, though, that those disclosures should arguably be different. If I'm looking at natural resources that I don't control, but they're important, I think that's a different set of disclosures than natural resource assets, that the only reason why I'm not putting them on the balance sheet is that I can't reliably measure them. So I think we need to unpack those two things. I was going to call them elements, but I don't want to get confused in conceptual framework terms. So I think those two things I think we need to keep distinguishing. And then when we get to the natural resource assets, I guess I've got some sympathy with what Andrew may be saying, that is that actually if they are truly assets that I am using for my service potential or economic benefits, and I can't reliably measure them, that might be a set of disclosures and disclosure only standard. If I can measure them, I'm probably in one of the other standards, inventories or PPE. So I think we just need to always keep that in mind. But I do think we should distinguish between the two and not confuse it, because I think it is different disclosures.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Russ, you want to come in quickly before I go to Todd? And I should say, I think I'll finish off on the round of comments. And then I think I'll sum up, because obviously we're not going to come to an agreement on it today. And I do want to move us on to the second item, and we have got other things that we have to do today. So no more flags up, please, after the ones that are up already. Ross, to you.
I was just going to say, along Lynn's lines, I think this sounds a lot like what we did with heritage a few years ago, where to keep things straight, we were talking heritage items and then describing those and then being clear on when they meet the definition of an asset and when they can be recognized. And that helped us out a lot when we wanted to add the guidance in now IPSASB 45 that we were talking about the assets. So I think that's a good idea.
Okay, thanks, Ross. Todd, next.
Thanks, Ian. In terms of the proposed definition, when I sort of read through the paper, it didn't feel like a definition. It was saying natural resources are naturally occurring resources. So I agree with Renee that I think it's important that we develop a definition from these, and let's make sure that definition isn't circular. Like others, I definitely wouldn't start with the things that we scope out. And I think Lynn mentioned another one that could go in the scope out. Should service concessions go in the scope out? It's thinking about all of that. I did, like Andrew, sort of work through the flow chart and wondered what actually ended up in the very last box along the top. And then on the back of the presentation that we had this morning, I was wondering, could there be situations where we've got a natural resource that we start incurring some expenditure around that we need to be thinking outside of the minerals and things from an IFRS 6 perspective? So I was starting to think, and I don't know because it's only sort of been through the presentation this morning, that it just got me thinking, do we need to give a little bit of thought to that in respect of the other natural resources that we see sort of captured here? And it was more a question, I suppose, in my mind on the back of that presentation, whether there's some thinking that needs to be done there. as part of this
Well, I
project?
think probably that thinking needs to be done collectively by the board. I think we need to challenge ourselves. And I think listening to the presentation this morning, as you say, I was kind of more in the what might end up in that box at the end might be more in the living resources water category than it would be subsoil. But anyway, that's just my reflections. Okay, so I had Mari next and then Abdullah.
Thank you. My insight is similar as the so many people and Rune and Ring and so Patricia and Andrew, and so my point of view is natural resource asset and the distinction between the natural resource asset and natural resources should be clearly defined. And one thing that in some kind of the mentioning about in their circumstances where one or more natural resources meets the criteria to be recognized as asset. And so the natural resource assets should be clearly defined, and the relationship between the conceptual statements to the economic resource definition of the resources, the relationship between the definition of the resources in the conceptual framework is should be clarified. And one more issue is maybe the measurement issue, and the scope out items should be, maybe my point of view, measured based on the financial capacity. However, there is some cases to measure based on the operational capacity. And so it is a so crucial point of view. And for example, we have in Japan, we have the national forest, and maybe the national forest should be classified in the maybe IPSAS 27 or IPSAS 45. It maybe the bearing fruit is classified in the IPSAS 45, and so the measurement point should be in case of the national forest should be maybe for the purpose of the public interest, and so it should be measured by the operational capacity. And it's another point I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. Abdullah, Lucy, and then Mike, and then we'll wrap this one up.
Thank you, Chair. And we will debate this for days, ages, but I don't know if there is any established literature, something that we can rely on. What is the definition of natural resources? And another suggestion would be, do we start with natural resources includes among others, then we define after that could be naturally occurring with minimum interference. That could be suggestions, because we will debate this. We will have different thoughts about it. And I'm with the idea with defining resources in the standard. In IFRS 1, we defined material, even though it was in the conceptual framework. But what consequences would that draw on other standards? Do we need to include also the definition and elsewhere? But I'm with the idea with defining it here. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. So Lucy and then Mari. Sorry, and then Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I would like to comment on both the scope and the definition, because the definition would either dictate the scope or vice versa. In our agenda papers, and I do not agree, delineating natural resources to only tangible, naturally occurring resources, because there are intangible natural resources, like for instance, electromagnetic
just,
spectrum.
I think there are loosely, but I think what we're doing, we've said all the way through, is this is about tangible natural resources. So we're not excluding those others, but we're just saying that's the lens for this project.
Okay, but there are inconsistencies in the papers, because in paragraph 9, while we are agenda item 9.2.3, while we are mentioning about tangible, naturally occurring resources, we're scoping out IPSAS 31. I also have the same comment as Lynn when she mentioned about IPSAS 43. Maybe that should also be scoped out if we are, if we would decide that we are only limiting on the tangible, naturally occurring resources. I was looking at the definition of natural resources in Wikipedia, and it says that these are resources that are drawn from nature and used without much modifications. This includes there's sources of valued characteristics such as commercial and industrial use, aesthetic value, scientific interest, and cultural value. And then there are some examples, like on Earth, we have sunlight, atmosphere, water, land, all minerals, along with all the vegetations and animal life. So if we will be limiting only on the natural, the intangible, naturally occurring resources, what shall it mean that when we embark on providing standards covering intangible natural resources, we then revise the definition of natural resources to cover all the intangible natural resources? Thank you.
I think we get there when we get there. Let's not try and solve problems that we're not needing to solve at the moment on the intangibles side of things. We're not there yet by a long chalk, and we won't be in this project. Mike, and then I'm going to sum up.
So thank you, Chair. Just a short comment, which is exactly a comment on that what Lucy said, because I also think that that definition of natural resources, for me, it's really not convincing to, let's say, limit it to tangible items, because on the outside that it's not intuitive, it's confusing. So a better term might be tangible natural resource or something like that, but not saying, okay, the IPSAS board defines natural resources are just tangible ones. I think that's not convincing.
Thanks, Mike. I think we do need to give consideration to that, which then actually means, yes, that's what we're doing at the moment, but that qualifier, and that probably helps with Lucy's point. I mean, I think where we get to on this is there's a whole range of views, but if you start from the point that Renee made right up front, I think we do need to actually set this in the landscape of what's out there already, so that not only we understand that, but also our stakeholders understand where this project actually sits. I think there is a question which the board members have, you know, gone around in various different ways, but it's really a question of how you determine the scope, and is the scope different from the definition of a tangible natural resource? Do you need a second definition of a natural resource asset? So I think there are those things. I think there's the question around what is naturally occurring. How do we get into that? Then I think there is also the question about, you know, which is probably downstream for now, but the measurement point was also raised. And if it's naturally occurring, can you ever actually hold it for its financial capacity, etc.? So there's some things to think about later, but all the way through is the theme of what are the examples of what we're dealing with. And I think that does come back to the point that was made in the CAG, which is actually we're going to need to actually say, well, even if this stuff's scoped out, what things are we talking about so that people can actually understand the guidance. And then I think there's some, there's the sort of specific point that Patricia made, which I do agree with, that, when we actually get to the paragraph 1, limiting it to cash flow based is not going to work. So we're going to have to rewrite that. Hopefully that captures the discussion. So I think this shows there's quite a lot of thinking to do, and what was going through my mind in a way, and this may help in terms of tactics, if you think the challenge we had around current operational value, actually we kind of went right back to actually what are the sort of components, characteristics of this, and then we built back up to the definition, which actually we finalized fairly late in the day, but it was based on a common understanding, and that may well be what we actually end up doing here, that actually it's the hardest bit. So I think that's given quite a lot of thinking from the board, and this is probably actually where we need to get into what are the different ways into this, and this may well be where standing up the task force is, this is going to be one of the discussions to have with them. Okay, so with that, I think if we can then move into the second item.
Okay, so the next item is on recognition, and I guess I've already talked briefly earlier about the feedback we received from constituents, but essentially there wasn't wide support for recognition of natural resources as assets. So what staff has proposed to do is rather than just saying you can't recognize these full stop, we thought if we were to have a principled approach that ties into our framework, we should still say, well, if you meet these criteria, you can be an asset, but also explicitly state in the standard, in most cases, you won't be able to meet these criteria. So the criteria were largely drawn from our intangible asset standard. That also covers whether something is a resource, but on top of that, we've layered in indicators of control as well. So that's where those criteria came from. And that's because in the intangible section, because it's internally developed intangibles, there was a presumption that these things are controlled by the entity. In this case, the natural resource is obviously not internally developed, so we thought it would be useful to have control indicators in that listing as well. So in terms of the actual rebuttable presumption, that's just one paragraph in the ED right now. We're very open to having different wording, and as we'll talk about in the next slide, this approach has been used in IPSASB before. But before I go to that, we're also planning to have some limited guidance on those exceptional cases where you do meet all the recognition criteria. So and by limited, I mean, we talk about the debits and the credits, but also I don't feel like we should have a lot of guidance in this area if we really do think that this is going to be one-off, very rare scenarios. So in terms of, after I sent out the paper, I actually got questions on, well, has there been similar rebuttable presumptions before in IPSAS? Because some of the members brought up, isn't this really an audit concept? And I did a bit of digging, and it seemed like we did have a rebuttable presumption in our public sector combinations standard. And this was not in IFRS 3, but this was actually added when we developed IPSAS 40. And essentially the rebuttable presumption there is, in terms of classifying whether the transaction was a business combination or an amalgamation, the core text says that if your analysis is inconclusive or if there's insufficient evidence, you essentially default to classifying it as an amalgamation. And in the basis for conclusions, it was very clear that this was a rebuttable presumption approach. So this approach has been used before in other IPSAS.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I don't want comments on drafting. I'm just looking for comments on the overall proposed approach, that we don't rule out recognition, but the rebuttable presumption is against recognition. Okay, so I think Andrew was first, then Todd, then Liang.
So I guess this may change depending on where we get with the discussion we've had now around an item, resource, asset, etc. But I think in terms of rebuttable presumption, I think there it's used in a different context. It's used in, if information is vague, this is an assumption you can make. And I don't think that should be our starting point here. I think we should be clear, this is or it isn't, and define criteria that we've got. This is an item, this is an asset. If you don't meet the definition of asset, you're out. It shouldn't be a rebuttable presumption.
But you're not ruling out recognition in saying that.
I don't think I'm in the recognition camp based on my earlier view, but I mean, open for staff to go and do the analysis, and if the analysis supports it, yeah. Okay,
Todd, then Liang.
Thanks, Ian. I think I'm probably in the same camp as Andrew. I think I need to be convinced that there are things that we will need to end up recognizing and measuring in the standard before we get into recognition and measurement of these items or assets, because as I said earlier, I went across the top of the definition and couldn't think of what ends up in that box. If I can be convinced that there are things that end up in that box, then I'm probably where Andrew is. Why would we have a rebuttable presumption? Because we're quite clear that there are things that if you've got them as an asset or whatever, you need to recognize and measure them. But I certainly looked at the drafting of the ED you started to pull together, and for me, it doesn't work, because even when you get to measurement, we start talking about the transaction price, and if there isn't a transaction, how you're going to deal with it. But if you look at all of our measurement techniques, they're based on either costs that you've incurred or markets or cash flows that you're deriving off things. So I'm really worried that if we have got things that end up in that box on the very right of your diagram, we might not have the measurement techniques in our suite of material to actually be able to measure them if we're not careful. So there's a lot of stuff going on in my mind here that causes me some concerns in terms of recognition and measurement right now, which is why it's absolutely critical that we actually work out what we think might need to be covered by this, that otherwise wouldn't fall into PP&E or inventories or some other standard.
I mean, I think for context, and I'm interested if there are other members that want to come in, when we had the discussion around the CP, members didn't want us to rule out recognition because they felt that there could be improvements in measurement techniques and information techniques that might allow recognition at a future point in time. And I think that's the point that I want to hear comments on. If members still feel that we need to have that potential within the standard, then tactically that does take us towards a rebuttable presumption, however that's expressed. And I agree that we need to think about examples here, but I also think I want to hear, is that where members still are? Because that's the discussion that we need to have. This is about tactics at this stage. It's not about the drafting. Now, Todd, I'll allow you to come back in, but I want to hear other members on which side of that argument they actually are at the moment, because we did have that discussion at CP stage. And personally, I was persuaded that we needed to allow that space, but I just want to see. And also, I think we need to look at what the constituents have said as well. So if I can go to Liang next, and then to Renee, and I think it was Lynn, and then Claudia.
Can I come back in? Is that all right? Just
briefly,
just on the point that you were making. Yeah. So on the measurement point, I think it was right at a CP level to understand where constituents are at. And yes, measurement bases may develop, but we have to write a standard for the here and now. And if we cannot provide the measurement objective and some guidance, at least, about how we would expect that to happen right now, then we're not actually creating a standard that's workable for our constituents. So that's where I'm at on this. If we just say, I'll go to measurement, well, you're not going to have a measurement basis or techniques that you can use. Well, that's my concern. So that's...
Well, you know, I hear that, but I want to hear from other members as well, because I think other members have differing views on this, you know, and we don't want to have to rewrite this standard in 10 years' time when suddenly somebody comes up with a better method. So I just want to hear the other views from the members. So Liang next, and then to Renee.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I have similar concern as Andrew and Todd, and I also have some points from different angles. I just thinking the purpose of the project. I suppose it should be the financial reporting of natural resources could improve better management of the resources and to have better allocation of the resources. Generally, we say financial reporting maybe two categories. One is recognition and measurement, to put some asset on the balance sheet, and the other is to provide disclosure. If we put this rebuttable presumption into our standard, I think it have a very strong indicator that if you do not want to put the natural resources on the balance sheet, you can do nothing. And if you want to put something on the balance sheet, you should prove it to get evidence and to support how you can ensure that you can put meet the definition of the asset and can be measured reliably. So in my point of view, I think this may be not so appropriate when we say the purpose of the project. Or we can take a simple example, such as we have a forest. I should agree that many natural things, such as forest or the natural disaster, may be beyond the control of human being. And actually, for many natural matter, maybe we can do limited thing. But put into another way, say if the forest is on somebody's balance sheet, on the balance sheet of some entity, maybe people will pay more attention on it, or do more work to protect it and to look after well of the forest, for example, and to avoid some disaster or something like that. So my point of view is, if we have stated in our standard the definition and the recognition criteria, we just let it be, and we do not need to give such rebuttable assumption, and just let the people, let the entity to determine whether the definition and the recognition criteria have been met. If met, then on balance sheet. If not, then to disclosure or something like that. So my point of view is that it is not necessary for us to put this rebuttable presumption. Thank you.
Okay, but in that as well, Liang, you're not ruling out that if you got over all those hurdles, you might be able to recognise, because I think that's sort of not where Todd is. You know, I just want to check that you could see a circumstance in which you might be able to recognise something, because I think that's important, because I think we're getting to, there may well be three camps, which is actually we just let the logic sequence do it, we rule it out, or we're somewhere in the middle, which is the rebuttable presumption. So I think that's the kind of spectrum that we need to kind of walk around.
I agree that the case that meet the definition or meet the recognition criteria may be limited. My point is just let it be. If meet, then to recognize. If not meet, then let it be. So we may not give too strong direction or too strong indicator. You should recognize or you shouldn't recognize.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So I go to Renee and then Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. I also don't feel that the rebuttable presumption is necessary. I think that if we do a good job at building robust criteria that are anchored in the key elements of the definition of an asset, existence, past event, control, then if we do a good job there, then and it will set the bar high, and it will convey the message that the intent is not to start recognizing everything. I therefore feel that if we do a good job there, then the rebuttable presumption becomes redundant. Also, it doesn't feel principles based to me. I'd rather we anchor our position in principles. And yes, in doing so, it leaves the door open for potential scenarios to eventually meet the recognition criteria. And if that's where we end up one day, then so be it. As a standard setter, let's make sure we do a good job at setting robust guidance and robust criteria. So that's my point number one. Point number two is that I think we need to ask staff to do more analysis on the potential models here. Going back to this morning's presentation, I think the accumulated cost model that is used in IFRS 6 is a very viable model here for natural resources as well. Could be, I'm not going to say is, I'm going to say could be, and I would really be, I think it would be valuable that we do more work there. So there may be a historical cost approach to end up with capitalized cost related to managing natural resources on the balance sheet, or there may be a way to measure and recognize the underlying. But to me this morning, the aha moment was that it's not just about the underlying asset. It could also be about a capitalized cost model and where it belongs, and is it two streams that are addressed in the same standard. That's just geography to me, but I would really value staff coming back with an analysis on that. We're talking about practical examples. I totally agree that to work through those difficult questions, practical examples are very useful. And one of the best example that I like using in many conversation is the underground water system of a municipality, of a regional area that uses it to mitigate the impact of climate and manage the flood risk. This is a very tangible service that nature provides to the entity that controls that natural environment. There is enormous amount of dollars invested by municipalities to engineer, to protect, to inventory those resources. And I can very well see how the accumulated capitalized cost approach would work. Municipalities need to attract green investments. They need more investment in there and to help them build infrastructure. And they want to demonstrate that they can put green infrastructure to work the same way they can put a gray infrastructure to work. And I think that we owe it to our planet to think about those potential scenarios and use and help those individuals try to bring a value to that, even if it's just capitalized historical cost. I find that very clear criteria as opposed to coming up with valuation techniques. And I think that example is a very tangible example that I think can help us advance our thinking through this project.
Thanks, Renee. I think, though, we have to be really careful because it comes back to what is naturally occurring. where we start to spend money on creating something, actually that becomes something else. And I think that's the problem we're all having. There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of money that is actually spent, but that's actually not the point. It's what's there in the first place that we have to kind of work out. So I think we're back to that problem about what is a natural resource, and then subsequently what happens, and that's where the scope out comes in, and what's where and so on, because we need to show people where all of that stuff goes, but I don't think it's natural in the first place. So
can I come back?
Yeah, briefly, but I want
Yes.
to, I've got a lot of other comments to get in before we, I mean, I think, yeah.
Many costs incurred are not about creating something. They're just about managing an existing natural habitat to be providing service. So I'm just leaving it at that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but I don't think that's what the standard is actually about. I think it's actually back to what actually is natural, as opposed to I spend money. And that's the problem we're having with all of this, which is actually, is there anything there or not? And where does it go? And so that those examples and so on are going to be really important about basically what fits where. And I think your example, you know, the overall context is going to be really important, but equally it's going to be really important about what just doesn't sit there and is subsequent expenditure and it sits somewhere else, or it's just revenue expenditure or whatever. So if I can go to Lynn, then Claudia, then Mike.
Thanks. I almost put my flag down because Liang articulated this, and so did Renee in her first point out of the 2 points that she made. But just to be clear, I'm not in favour of having a rebuttable presumption in a principles-based standard. I know you've quoted the public sector combinations one, but there, I think the presumption that was put in there is where you've got conflicting evidence and where you might then balance the evidence. And I think that's a very different use of one than what is being proposed here, where, to my view, if you get the criteria about control and about reliable measurement, I think that those two, how we articulate those two things should be sufficient from a principles perspective. I think that many entities won't be able to demonstrate control of the natural resource, therefore won't have an asset. And if you honestly can control the natural resource, I struggle in my own mind about that. I think when you then get to reliable measurement, your measurement might be zero, because it might be that you haven't incurred any cost and there are no transactions, or it might be that you can't reliably measure. And I think that therefore you get to the answer you need without having a presumption. And I'm not in favour of having the presumption.
Thanks, Glenn. I think Lynn, I think that's very clear. Claudia, Mike, and Scott.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I'm more or less can just repeat what Renee says with point one and what Lynn said. I didn't really feel that the rebuttable presumption help us in this topic. We should have a principle standard. If you could recognize it, if we can measure it, then it's probably an asset. And if we don't want to have an asset in the balance sheet, then we should need and explain it why it shouldn't be in the balance sheet. If it's otherwise fulfill the criteria, I don't see why we shouldn't have it then in a balance sheet.
Okay, is anybody going to speak in favour of rebuttable presumption? Because I'm feeling that that's gone. Scott, you want to defend against everybody else's views.
I'm not necessarily defending it, but I just want to give a caution. One of the things this did solve was a lot of comments came back about, I don't want to do an inventory. Okay, so we got to be careful in developing the criteria that we don't end up sending governments down trying to do a complete inventory of everything they have. Okay, because that will be very costly and it's going to be put on the government to prove to their auditor why they did or didn't do certain things. So that's only my caution here, is that we got to be careful. We don't develop a criteria in such a way that we've got people here running around inventorying everything they got to try to figure out where control is and all this stuff is, because that was the beauty of this, was it took that off the table. So that's my only concern.
Okay, so I think we hear your caution, but I think the rest of the board is not there. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is essentially the view that both Lynn and Claudia have actually articulated, and I think Andrew was there, that actually we need that logic flow, which is essentially what we proposed in the consultation paper. If you remember, that the way that was written was it actually took us through the conceptual framework and set that typology up. And that seems to me that actually that's probably where we're going to have to go back to, because that does build up very naturally in terms of using the elements of the framework, or the thinking in the framework to get us there. Now, I am conscious of time because we've got a lot of other things that we also need to discuss. So I think probably in going back, actually, that's that's the approach and the way forward. I'm not hearing support for ruling out any form of recognition. So I think, in terms of the direction, that's where I think we go. Now, Patricia, I'm conscious you want to intervene. I will take a short intervention at this stage because I want to move us on.
Yes, I would like only to reinforce that Renee said, because when we take out when we not consider more the human intervention as a delimitation for define the union of account of the natural resource, maybe some costs can be capitalized. And then I think you need to include this issue in the next discussions, next steps. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. But I think when you look at the framework, I think you will get to actually, if we define natural and we define resource, then actually anything that is subsequent expenditure, which is either on protection or whatever, is not natural, it's actually something else. And I think that's the delineation we're going to have, because otherwise this is everything. So I think we need to go back and we need to have another go at that, frankly. So I think at that point in time, I think we've had enough debate today on this, and we're going to need to come back, and I think we are going to need to think about that subsequent expenditure point in thinking about where stuff sits. But so I think we've had enough discussion on this. Edwin, do you want anything else you want today?
I guess we're not going to walk through the ED, so no. But
well, I think actually what I'd suggest is that if members have drafting comments on the ED as it stands at the moment, that you give those offline, because we're going to have to be absolutely clear about this. We're going to have to come to a decision at the next meeting, essentially on what we want by way of process. And we're going to have to get closer in terms of scope, because otherwise we're just going to be spinning the wheels, and that's not going to help anybody. So, I think we do need some options for the next meeting, and we're going to need to actually have some hard decisions. We have to move forward, and we can't spin the wheels in the way in which we've done today. I think everybody's had their input today, but we are going to have to move forward. Okay, so with that, I want to move us on to concessionary or other lease time arrangements. Thanks, Edwin. Okay, go ahead, Sean.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are now in agenda item 10, other release type arrangements. Before diving into the slide, I just want to say a couple of things. The first one is that staff will present the brief history of this project and give also context of how this project, phase 2 of the project developed, before diving into the comments, letters, because I think it will help clarify the board where we are, but also for the new board members understand how the board came to ED 84. So this project started in 2016, that led then to the approval of IPSAS 43 in December 2021, and by that it completed basically the phase 1 of this project. And the board then proceeded with the phase 2, which is where we are now, by issuing exposure draft 84, and based on the context of where we are in terms of this history of the project. So I'll not enter into the details. So this is just for board's information. But I think what it is important is that when the board issued IPSAS 43, it is also issued another document, a request for information, and that helped inform this project, and basically with the publication of a feedback statement also. So so this means that ED84 didn't start from scratch. So there was already some building blocks that the board decided to carry on with the work that it was done with the phase 1. And what does that mean? It means that having IPSAS 43, we have a definition of a lease, and we have accounting models for lessees and lessors. So this was the starting point that this board took when embarking on ED84. And this means that there are some restrictions that also impact the scope of ED84. So this means that with the feedback statement, what the board tried to convey to the constituents is that other types of arrangements that do not meet the definition of a lease, please go to other IPSAS and see if that guidance is applicable to those arrangements. And I'm not going into details what those other types of arrangements were. They are in the feedback statement, but it was clear that we directed our constituents to take a look at these standards. So this means that, okay, what do we have left? We have left other arrangements that do meet the definition of a lease, with consideration, but at below market terms, but having the rest of the elements of the definition of a lease. And we also have one that although does not convey the definition of a lease, so we are not amending IPSAS 43, but does convey the right of the use asset for zero consideration. So, and ED84 label it as right of use assets in kind, because it was given for free the right. And it was amending basically only IPSAS 23, basically, together with other goods in kind and other transactions. And based on these, how do you say, restrictions, the accounting for the subsidy was within the boundaries of IPSAS 43 lease accounting models. This means that ED84 did not design new accounting models. It was proposals based on the accounting models that we already have. And basically what the board tried to do was, okay, how do we account for the concession component based on these models, basically. And so that's why the accounting models were drawn from IPSAS 41 and IPSAS 23 subsidy accounting models. So we try to clear the waters like this. And with this, I'll make a pause. I don't know, Ian, if the board wants.
Yeah, happy to just check for any questions or clarifications from board members. Okay. That's helpful. Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you, Ian. So now diving in then to the review of the responses. So staff did a high-level review of responses given the time frame that we had between then the closing date of the comment period and the posting date. So it was about 1 week, basically. But we could get some interesting statistics in terms of the region, language, and function. So, we got 35 responses, and as we can see, they are more or less equally dispersed across the globe. So there is much differences in terms of the region. Also language, the graph also shows it's more or less even. What we have is more of the function, which shows that preparers have, how do you say, a higher interest in responding to these exposure draft than others, but still we have standard setters and members or regional bodies from IFAC. So staff always finds these statistics quite interesting to understand where people are coming from. And then, I don't know if, can I continue? Yeah. So jumping now into the SMCs. So EDA 84 had 4 SMCs. The first one is the top left on concessionary releases and right of use assets in kind. Then SMC2, the concessionary releases for lessors. And then SMC3 and SMC4 were related to right of use assets. So more details, more granular detail on how to measure those right of use assets, but always on the perspective or the resource. So in this case, the lessee or the entity that would receive the right of use asset. So I just want also to make kind of a clarifications of how staff came up with these numbers. So when we have the darker green, it means that the constituents basically said, we agree, and they did not provide any further comments or comments in terms of suggestions to amend, clarify, whatever. It's just, we agree, it's okay, all good from our end, and no need for anything else. The lighter green, it means that they agree, but they provide lots of other suggestions, or, for example, adding more illustrative examples, clarifying in the scope, please modify some editorials. So they are agreeing with the proposals, but they are even, what do you say, investing more in the proposals that we are giving them to think through. So, and this means that the disagrees by default is the ones that basically they don't agree with the proposals that were put forward. Although fair to say that even disagreeing, one or two respondents did make several suggestions. In case the board proceeds with the ED84, here are some suggestions for you to think through. So this means that we have kind of a majority of responses supporting the ED84 proposals, but from staff perspective, we have still a lot to go through with their suggestions. I'll just make a pause here. Ian, I don't know if the board wants to make any reflections before jumping into each SMC, basically.
Todd.
Thanks for presenting the results. I think when you get into the detail, you're going to have to be careful in terms of the way you view partially agree, because looking through some of the actual comments and things for those that partially agreed, there were some comments that aligned quite closely to people that had disagreed. So I think there is a bit to think about there. And the devil is in the detail, because I think where you got rich feedback, it wasn't really in the agrees, because they were very light on any comments, but there was a lot of feedback within the what you've called partially agrees, which I think are also partially disagrees, and the disagrees.
Lynn, do you want to come in as task force chair?
Yeah, just my observation, and I know we will come to sort of look at each SMC, is I think it's important that we remind ourselves, as Joao has, about the restrictions we placed on ourselves and the scope of what we scoped into ED64. So I had to be pretty much a lease contract. And it also, we were not reopening the lease accounting model. So I hear what Todd says, and I think, you know, the task force will be minded of that. But I think where we have comments that are asking us to change the restrictions and scope that we put on ourselves, we've already decided that we're not going to do that. So I think we have to discount comments that are asking us to do that. So we just need to have that in mind, as well as, of course, analysing all of the comments received, because we already decided back in the history of the project, the March 2020 strategic direction was very clear that we were aligning the lease accounting model to IFRS, and we weren't going to, and we're not going to reopen that. And also we took the decisions in approving ED 84 that we were going to stick to lease contracts.
Thanks, Lynn. Ross.
Yeah, thanks for that point, Lynn, because I think when reading the comments, you get a bit of a deja vu, because some of the comments are taking us back to what we proposed in ED 64, which some of the comments telling us they don't like what we're doing now actually told us they didn't like ED 64. That's why we did ED 75 and we did IFRS 16. So I think we've been very strict on the scope here. We're either going forward with what we've put forward or we're not. I don't think reopening the leases models on the table, I think it would question the credibility of the board having just approved that model. So I think we have to be careful on this and really decide where the board wants to go based on the comments to this ED, and that we don't backtrack, because if you remember ED 64, that was a full public sector leasing model for lessees and lessors that was, you know, not taken forward for various reasons. And we had a strong push from constituents to go the route we did in ED 75. And don't think we should undo that because of this. So I just want to make that pretty strongly from a staff perspective.
I mean, I think in this, you know, clearly, if you look at the basis for conclusions in IPSASB 43, you can see the thought process that the board went through, that we did actually examine this from a number of different angles. And in the end, the board decided to go with an aligned standard, and it was probably acknowledged to be the least worst option. But I think what we don't want to do is basically turn the clock back like 5 or 6 years and reopen and undo all of that work. So I think, you know, you're right in what you say, Todd, that I think there's further analysis that needs to be done. I also wonder, in doing that, whether although this, you know, we didn't actually provide examples of the other things that we said could be treated under other standards. One of the options that we may want to think about is, in finalising this piece of guidance, we may want to develop additional guidance or examples that actually covers those other situations, which might actually potentially help us to address some of those concerns about, well, I've got this that looks a bit like a lease but isn't a lease, and that, you know, I think we you know, perhaps people are disregarding what was actually in the feedback statement. So, you know, I think really what we're trying to do is actually help Joao, but also help the task force, I think, in terms of you know, what's a tricky area, but I think if, you know, that may well be one of the things that we should allow ourselves as an option, that, you know, we, in finalizing this, we listen to what's in the feedback and actually make sure that we've actually given people examples of, if it's not in this context, you know, here's where I would go to. You know, I mean, I know we've already got plenty of implementation examples in IPSAS 47, but, you know, maybe that's an option that we should allow the task force at least to consider, that we might want to go down that route. Okay, so Joao, I don't know, do you want to sort of, are there particular things you want to pick out then in terms of the individual SMCs?
So the main thing that I want to get from the board is kind of the go ahead for the staff and task force to go and analyze all the suggestions and comments. So as you could see in the issues paper, staff may identify themes with the issues raised by constituents. So it's kind of a laundry list. So we don't need to discuss now. It's just kind of for information to the board, and it's not exhaustive. So it's the work that we could do in a single week. So what I want to get from the board is to go ahead and bring a strategy to address all those issues and a plan to that. So that's basically.
So you're proposing we just walk through the rest of the slides maybe, and just pick up additional comments and thoughts as we go. So I think we've got an overall direction that, as Todd has suggested, we are going to need to do much more careful analysis, because, as you say, I mean, it may be that if we actually add examples and so on, that might address, you know, both those that, you know, partially support, or also might help in terms of handling objections from those that, you know, so, okay, so just walk us through then the SMCs.
Yeah, thanks, Ian, and thanks the board for these comments. It's really helpful to understand where the board is. So just to highlight that the lighter yellow, so the lighter green, they said, I agree. Then many respondents said many suggestions. So staff what did is took at face value what they said, they rated. So it is that's why, as Todd said, hey, we need to go through what does that mean. So the numbers is the numbers. Staff is not moved by the numbers. Staff is moved, of course, by what they've put forward in terms of those suggestions. For the board to think through. And so, and as I said, Appendix A already provides a good starting point for that list of issues that, in their view, would improve ED 84. They did not say they did not want ED 84. They said improve ED 84. So it was good to see that. So I don't know, Ian.
Yeah, is there anything, any additional comments over and above that overall analysis that you know, and proposed way forward? Okay, Patricia, you want to come in?
Thank you. In relation to SMC one issue that we have discussed in the standard set, national standard set in Brazil, is that there are two kinds of transaction in place. One is concessionary leases. Another one is other things, but not concessionary leases, because for evaluation of the, or to measure the value of the concession is necessary to have the market information. Then my suggestion is include this point in the discussion of SMC 1. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Not seeing any other flags raised, so move us on to SMC2.
These were details that were in the issues paper. So in SMC2, it is similar statistics and similar suggestions. So they also provided with miscellaneous issues to improve ED84 that it will be taken together. So, and that Appendix A encompasses everything. So staff still has gone through the separation, and that it will be part of the strategy on how to address that laundry list of themes that we saw. Staff didn't analyze SMC3 and 4, didn't have the time, but did identify the themes there, but there was much more important was on the principles that are in SMC1 and SMC2. If we agree that we are gonna continue with the analysis of the responses, so SMC3 and 4 will be included. So this is only the slide that we have there, and this is the detail of the issues paper. And so staff, the project direction that staff recommends is to continue to analyze the issues raised by respondents and bring a detailed analysis beginning in September 2023. And with this, I'll stop here, Ian. Thank you.
Lynn, do you want to come in at all, or?
Well, it's great to see there's no flags up. I just wanted to thank João for the prompt turnaround for this meeting, and to his embarrassment, I'll wish him a happy birthday on behalf of the board.
Thank you.
What a way to celebrate your birthday. I mean, I think what this demonstrates is that there are no, as I think we knew, there are no easy answers here. I think probably in thinking about that further analysis, probably actually it's quite important to actually categorize as to, are people asking for additional examples? Are they revising, proposing, revised, drafting, you know, and also to go through in detail what those who, if you like, take a step back from those who have classified as disagreeing, as to actually, you know, are there some ways in which we could actually address their comments, you know, without reopening, etc. So, and I think that's where do we add some guidance in other standards potentially to show them where, you know, the transactions might actually sit, probably comes in. So it sort of feels like it's a sort of, if you like, keep calm and carry on at this stage, and then to come back with that more nuanced analysis, you know, but as Todd has suggested, particularly focusing on those that either partially agree or those that disagree, and just to sort of see, you know, to what extent we can actually bridge here without majorly reopening everything. I just think it's just going to be one of those areas where let's just sort of do the analysis and see where that actually leads us to. Any other comments anybody wants to make? Okay. Well, I know that gives, if you had any doubt, Lynn, about the task force agenda for later on in the week. I think, but just to say thank you, João, for doing that analysis and very quick turnaround. I think it's helpful, at least for the board, to be able to have had an initial high-level look at it. Thank you very much in advance to the task force members. This is a very difficult area, and we do appreciate the time and effort that you're putting in supporting João in moving forwards. So I think with that, we break, and we on what time should we come back then? 10 past. So if I can say, if we can come back at 15:15, allow you a whole extra 5 minutes, and then we're going to move into looking at the output from the measurement task force work on the measurement 2 project. Okay, thanks everyone. See you back at 15:15. Okay, right. So now, final session today is move into the measurement application phase. And we've got a number of papers, so thanks very much to staff and also the task force for the work they put in on these. And I think without further ado, I'll pass over to Agustina.
Thank you, Ian. So first of all, it was my first experience with the task force, so thank you very much for all your contribution and input during that process, as well as David for being the chair. So thank you for that. Today we included 7 papers in total. One of the papers will be presented by John regarding the scope and impairments. We wanted to, the first paper, agenda item 11.2.1, is pretty much a discussion paper discussing the timeline of the project, when certain IPSAS are going to be evaluated for the applicability of COV. So I would like to, right now we are discussing today IPSAS 16, investment properties, IPSAS 27, agriculture, IPSAS 36 for investments, investment in associates and significant influence, 37 joint operations, 41 financial instruments, which we initiated in March and will continuing today, as well as the impairments. The expectation for the work to be done during Q3 will be IPSAS 12, 31, 40, 32, and 43, along with IPSAS 3. We have left other issues in the case there other things come up as we discuss these papers to be done in Q4, like at the December meeting. And the plan approval date will be in December, where we will be doing a flip through the ED from the proposal perspective. At this point, what I would like to quickly share was the thought process as we went through the papers to evaluate the applicability of COV. So one of the first things we did was to consider what was the economic substance of the transactions and scopes of the IPSAS, which was really helpful after the discussion on IPSAS 41 in March. Then we consider what type of resource it was. Is it generating economic benefits or service delivery to differentiate between your financial capacity and your operational capacity? Then we went ahead and said, okay, if we are saying it's operational capacity, which was the purpose why COV was developed, do we consider that the key considerations of COV, such as entry price, entity specific, your least costly manner, existing as in use and location, were relevant for that transaction itself? And also just keeping in mind that when COV was developed, it was because constituents identified an issue that needed to be addressed. That was kind of like the last thought that we will have. And with that, I don't know if you want to open it for comment, or David, I think you might want to speak before we start the discussion of the actual decisions on the papers.
Thanks, Agustina. I mean, really, all I wanted to do was to echo Ian's thanks for the work of the task force, and also for Agustina, who consistently prepared some good papers that took us very easily through the topic. So thank you very much.
Okay, so I think move us into the discussion. Thanks very much for the overview, though. I think that's helpful.
So as we were analyzing IPSAS 36, investment in associates or joint ventures, we thought useful to create this diagram that tries to walk us through the fact that if we think of an equity in instrument itself, what sometimes changes is the economic substance of the transaction based on the type of influence that that equity instrument gives you, depending how much you hold of that equity instrument. So we created this diagram to kind of reflect that when we are at the highest type of influence, what the entity gets in itself is the ability to affect the nature and the amounts and variable benefits through power on the investee. So then we're thinking about recognition of that from a consolidation perspective and applying consolidation accounting. When we move to the next, not as highest of type of influence, and we're talking about joint control, then we're talking about joint arrangements and joint ventures. And when we're thinking of that, it's like you're sharing the control on unanimously consensus on either an asset, and there can be a combination of those things. So that paper kind of discusses some examples, but we're pretty much talking about your share of interest on those assets, liabilities, revenue, and expenses. And we're talking about joint venture, we're talking about the equity method.
Then we kind of step to the next one, highest and the lowest, but still gives you a different economic substance, which is your equity method. And it's more because you have the power to participate in the financial operational decisions of that entity. So your exposure is the net assets of that entity that you may hold equity instrument, or it might be a different type of binding arrangement. The last one is your no influence, where we're talking about IPSAS 41 financial instrument, but we thought key to kind of like reflect this graphically to help on the discussion. So this agenda paper discusses specifically IPSAS 36. So we're going to have the focus of the discussion here on whether COV is applicable at this point. The perspective from staff and the task force when it was discussed is that when you think of COV and when you think even of fair value, there are measurement bases that are measuring the asset or the contractual terms of that financial instrument, as opposed to when you think of the equity method, they're actually recognizing the net income of that entity down below. So you're not, the logic of pulling a measurement basis will be kind of like measuring the asset itself as opposed to looking through. So the equity method looks to look through to recognize that broader exposure that you have. And that's why the consideration was that COV was not applicable, because it wouldn't reflect that exposure of the net assets of that entity. And the equity method actually reflects that. With that, the recommendation from the task force and the staff is that current operational value is not an applicable measurement for IPSAS 36 because of the fact the economic substance of the transaction in the scope is the investor's power to participate in the financial and operating facility decisions of the investee, and because the equity method best reflects that recognition of the investor share of investments, net income less dividends received. And with that, I'll pass it to you, Ian. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Agustina. As the question on the slide, does anybody disagree with the recommendation? Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I don't disagree with the recommendation. So I think the equity accounting is, equity method is the right approach. I do have a bit of an issue in one or two places in the standard where they use the term fair value. And if you go back to your diagram that had the control, etc., going across it, in all of those cases, a public entity can have an investment in another entity for operational purposes. So, you know, a government sets up departments which aren't, you know, they're not there to make a profit or whatever, or other entities, crown entities, etc. They're not there to make a profit. So we're not in sort of that fair value model. So wherever we drop down into fair value type language across these standards, I think we do need to have a think about it across these standards. So equity method, fine, but there are references to fair value in 36 and 37 and other standards. That there may only be a few references to fair value, but I don't think fair value is what we mean, or fair value as defined by the IASB is what we mean, where fair value appears in those standards. So I'm not disagreeing with equity method. I'm just worried about where those standards talk about fair value. In some cases, I think it works, but there are other cases where we have fair value in those standards that I don't think it does work.
Ross.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little confused. The project here is to determine if we need COV in parts of literature. We haven't used them yet. This is an aligned standard with IFRS. So everywhere you would see fair value, and I don't have the references at hand, we would have decided there wasn't a public sector difference to do something different when we did the project. So now we are comfortable COV doesn't need to go in, but now we want to challenge the references to fair value. That doesn't make sense to me. We've got fair value in our literature and we've agreed to align. There's no public sector difference there.
But since we would have done this project, we have decided that fair value is as defined by the IASB. And I think that's where we get into problems, because fair value as defined by the IASB is very much sort of market focused, and where you have an entity that you have set up for its operational capacity, so delivery of services and things, that doesn't work. One of the examples was in IPSASB 36, paragraph 26b, where fair value is used about four times, and I just don't think we mean fair value as defined by the IASB.
And just to clarify, when we're referring to those paragraphs, is because I know that certain paragraphs that reference fair value through IPSASB 36, it also says in accordance with IPSASB 41. But are we referring in general, or are we talking about it specifically?
Well, look, I think, Todd, in this case, clearly you've got some specific concerns. I think that's where actually we need a separate discussion, because I think if you're challenging what's in, I mean, as Ross has said, this is an aligned standard. I take your point, but I don't think it's COV in that case. So I think the question is, what is it? But I think that's where, unless other members have an issue with those references, I think that's where a specific conversation is needed, because I would be very reluctant. I would really need to see the reasoning why I think we need to walk away from fair value. And let's be clear, we now have fair value in IPSASB 46. So I think the discussion is about, fair value in IPSASB 46, and we did work our way through all the references to fair value in other standards when we were doing the exposure draft. So I kind of, I'm sort of really questioning as to what are the examples which would actually make that wrong, because I think, I think we really need to see the examples that would really challenge why this doesn't work. Agustina, Dave.
Sorry, so just going back to something Augustine and I talked about, I guess, a few months ago now, is to your point, Todd, fair value is used in the standard, but where it's used specifically is when there's a transition. So when you're selling your equity control or your equity portion, and when there's a sale, that's generally where we've taken the position that you've just had a transaction for financial capacity. So I do think that fair value is the appropriate use. Happy to take this offline and go into more detail on each of the examples, but that would be my interpretation of why fair value is used in IPSASB 36.
And if it's okay, just to add to that, when I'm looking at paragraph 26 right now, B, it discusses when you discontinue the use of equity method. So my thought is, like, if we're saying that the equity method is no longer applicable and you're looking at fair value, my thought is, and I haven't had time to look at it in detail, but my thought will be similar in practice. When you're no longer considered to have that significant influence, then you are moving into IPSASB 41. Right, so that's one of the papers that we will be discussing. But I think that reference that I have seen in IPSASB 36 sometimes is pretty much just saying, what are the possibilities where you lose that significant influence, and where do you move from that? If when we're saying you lose it, it's not that you're gaining control, you're not gaining joint control, you're kind of going down in the diagram, and therefore I see relevant fair value, and we're going to be discussing that on the agenda paper later on.
So on this one, I think, you're clearly, I think there's a reflection required on that paragraph, and maybe some additional explanation is actually that, we actually need to add some additional basis for conclusions or something like that. But I think there's a specific case there that we just need to look at that. I mean, I think overall, is anybody else challenging the recommendation? Okay, so I think that's the instruction, is to look at that specific reference, and I think that's a discussion between staff and with Todd. Okay, so move us on into the next one, please.
So on the next one, we're discussing, and moving there, we're discussing joint control, IPSAS 37. The recommendation here from staff and the task force is that analyzing the applicability of COV at the standard level, meaning IPSAS 37, is not applicable because when you think of the joint operation, you're actually applying other IPSAS applicable to the type of asset that you may have. So in the case that the joint control was about a building, the entity will be applying IPSAS 45, where the IPSASB has decided that COV is applicable. And then if you move to where you have a joint venture within the scope of the IPSAS 37, then you're following the equity method, which we just discussed. And then if we're saying that you participate from the joint venture, but you don't have joint control necessarily, then you're moving to IPSAS 41. So this IPSAS doesn't necessarily tell you the measurement base, it's other IPSAS. And this is why the recommendation is that COV evaluation is not applicable at that level. Does the IPSASB disagree with the recommendation?
Okay, so open the floor. Does anybody disagree with the recommendation? Okay, so I think we're fine with that. So move us on.
Okay, thank you. So then we move to IPSAS 41, which we discussed in March, and I appreciate all the comments that we received, which I hope they're reflected in the paper. I think this is where it was important to understand the economic substance of this transaction and then understand that certain transactions in the public sector may have concessions. They're considered to be non-exchange considerations, and therefore they're not in the scope of the IPSAS 41. So what we tried to do in the paper is actually highlight those examples through it to reflect that. And also what we did is we look at the conceptual framework to see the definition of the type of resource and whether when we look at a financial asset, is it for generation of economic benefits or for service delivery, providing service and goods to citizens or other entities. And the thought from staff and the task force is that financial instruments, financial assets in particularly, they can be vehicles to provide service delivery, but on its own, they're not actually service or goods. And the example that we have on the paper is if we think of a loan that is given to concessions to build a hospital, that loan has contractual rights. If there was a concession to give it below market, that difference in fair value for being a rate below market is not in the scope of IPSAS 41. So we are just looking at the loan and the entity will be receiving those contractual terms of that loan. And therefore, from that perspective, we see the loan as a means, but not on itself to provide service and goods. And therefore, that's why the recommendation from staff and the task force is that the COV would not be applicable for IPSAS 41 from that perspective. Does the board disagree with the recommendation?
Claudia.
Sorry, to organize. I'm still struggling with the result that I think financial assets include also equity instruments. Like Todd explained, there in the public sector, the majority of our equity instruments have nothing to do with any financial interests in it. They are only for operational reasons, and the majority of them have sometimes, I would say it's substance over form. They are in a kind of an equity instrument, but it's maybe holding directly the asset. It's just because it's some strategic decision how the government is structured. So, and which kind of equity or entity they are engaged. And even in the private sector, they acknowledged that there might be equity instruments in unusual cases. For example, they are not held for their financial capacity, they are held for some strategic reasons. In the private sector, they have only fair value. So they don't have any options to have a look on it. So they have to find a solution with their fair value. And I'm not sure if we could conclude in the same way like in the private sector they conclude, because we have more options, even we have this COV.
I guess so.
Yeah, so during the analysis, I know that ISV came out with their PIR on IFRS 9, and they discuss fair value through other comprehensive income, which in the public sector will be your fair value through other net assets and equity. And the thought from constituents when doing the PIR was that they mentioned that those type of strategic investments were specifically from an alliance perspective. And when the ISBA gets created that fair value through other comprehensive income, the thought was that they were holding them from the strategic perspective from the alliance, and therefore having the changes in fair value on P&L would not reflect a transaction, and therefore they will show those on OCI. But from the PIR, the input was that the issue they were highlighting is not so much on a current value measurement. Their thought was that the solution, which the ISB decided not to take because they didn't consider it to be applicable, was a cost-based measurement. So I know that from our perspective right now, what we're analyzing is current operational value, which continues to be a current value measurement. So I don't think that saying that current operational value applies to that particular consideration in the private sector that they brought up for the strategic investments will solve the issue, because it's not a cost value measure. It continues to be current value. So that was the thought why their recommendation for us didn't change necessarily. And I understand that you're saying we had more options, but it's not an option to say that current operational value is similar to historical value.
Dave, you want to come in?
Agree with everything Augustina just said, but I think about it differently than, I guess not differently, but what really helped me was that diagram that Augustina just put up, the levels of influence. And in IPSAS 41, you don't have any influence. And what kind of tipped the scales for me is when you have a strategic investment, you'll have significant influence, and that brings you into a different standard where we have different accounting and different measurement for those equity investments. And that to me is how this suite of guidance works together. So I take your point, but I actually think as soon as you have a strategic investment, you're moving into a different IPSAS and you're measuring it and presenting it differently. So I thought it was taken care of, and I thought this presented it really well.
I mean, presumably, I mean, just looking at this diagram, then, I mean, back to Claudia's point about, you know, you're holding it for a particular reason, and that means that you must have, you know, I would have thought control, because that's actually the reason for holding it. And so, in a sense, actually, I would have thought the answer then comes through how would I deal with this in IPSAS 35 rather than in the context of financial instruments. And maybe that's the frame that you know, I mean, clearly I can see you're not, you got that. I'm not convinced, or I've not yet. But I'm thinking that actually this, you know, it might well be worth actually looking at this through the frame of IPSAS 35 for that reason, that actually that's why I'm holding it, because I want to exert influence, which means I've got to have control. Todd.
I can just come in briefly. I think the issue that Claudia has raised does work with the issue that I raised, and I don't think it's about COV and bringing COV into these standards, but I think it's a recognition that there may need to be some changes, probably more in 35 rather than in financial instruments, to deal with the issue that I see there. And I think maybe if we take this offline and have the conversation with staff rather than taking a lot more of the board time over this, because it isn't really related to the analysis of the applicability of COV. It's more a consequential of going through the papers and thinking about it.
Okay, we consent with that. Noyasi, you want to come in?
Thank you. Actually, I don't know whether this is the right things. We have a scenario whereby government develop a strategic entity, but without investment. they're just giving a grant or whatsoever. So and it seems that government have control on it, but when we talk about this control joint venture and something, this is about the investment that we are putting in. But for this kind of entity, how we value that entity, because we don't have a really investment there. We just have a power and then giving the rights for the entity to operate on behalf of the government. So I don't know whether it's.
I mean, I'm inclined to say I think this probably needs to be dealt with offline, because I think you'd need to understand the fact pattern to really understand which standard it actually fits in the first place. It doesn't sound like it's an IPSAS 41. It sounds more akin to the kind of issue that Claudia was raising, which is actually then how does this work in the context of IPSAS 35? So, which is what, IFRS 10, I think, in the, yes. Yeah. So I think, probably that would be my suggestion, that actually you have that conversation with staff offline, and then if there is an issue that comes back, it's probably more likely to be, 35, and just whether there's anything there that needs elaboration or whatever, because again, that is an aligned standard, and these strategic control issues and so on will arise in the private sector. So it's probably more just actually how does my example work within the standard suite, rather than necessarily actually we need to, certainly it's not a COV issue, it sounds like it's another issue. Liang.
I agree. The conclusion that COV may be may not be necessary to put COV into the standard IPSAS 41. And I have one more thinking. Even we think that the financial instrument scope in IPSAS 41, such as the equity instrument, they have the service potential. But if we put it in this way, if we put COV measurement into this standard, will it be too complex? So my thinking is maybe this thinking could put into other standard when we make further analysis. Even there is service potential, we could still use the fair value measurement or the original measurement basis as in the standard, if we do not want to have too complex measurement basis. Thank you.
Thanks. So, I mean, I think, probably the first thing is to make sure we understand where the examples that Claudia and Noyati have in mind, how they would fit, and whether there is still an issue in IPSAS 35. And that might then prompt that further investigation that you're suggesting there, Liang. So I think if we do it that way, it's always easier to work with an example, I think. So if we take those two examples and then see where that gets us to, I think that's probably the instruction. But I think subject to resolution of that, we're saying that we accept the recommendation in terms of the fact that COV isn't applicable to IPSAS 41. Unless we come, unless that comes back. But I think, again, going back to that point, Agustina, you made, I think that diagram and that spectrum of control, it's very useful to identify that, because I think that anchors you in, what am I trying to do with this in the first place? Okay.
Okay, so the next paper is agenda item 11.2.5 and is on IPSAS 16 investment properties. The view from the task force and staff is that current operational value is not applicable, because when you think what are the assets in scope of IPSAS 16s, they are defined as property held to earn rental income or for capital appreciation, which that from a conceptual framework perspective is generation of income, generation of economic benefits, cash flows. And therefore, because they're not held for operational capacity, the recommendation is that COV would not apply. Does the IPSASB disagree with this recommendation?
Okay, I think we're fine with that recommendation there. Okay, move us on.
So now that takes us to IPSAS 27 agriculture. So I personally created this flowchart to help me understand the scope, and I think it's helpful to understand the scope of IPSAS 27 in general. Hopefully you also enjoy the example with the cows on the standard. But the idea—
We want a little relief towards the end of a long day. Sorry.
So what we have here is the idea is just to show that what is in scope of the standard is the management of the biological asset, that biological transformation. So they need to be managed. So when we think, for example, of if you have a fish in a fish farm, that will be in scope. But if we're going to the ocean to catch the fish, that would not be in scope because it's not being managed. So it's really important to kind of like see that it's being managed for the quantity and the quality and the growth. So the biological transformation has to be actively managed to be in scope of the standard. And then the graphic of the pick apples, the idea is just showing that the scope of the standard ends as soon as you have that agricultural produce and you picked it. And then automatically after that point, it becomes in scope of a different standard. It would not be IPSAS 27. So I think that was important for me to kind of highlight in that perspective. And then the next thought was, to me, is like when we think of what is in scope of IPSAS 27, you're talking about harvest of biological assets or agriculture produce for sale or for distribution at no charge or for a nominal charge. And that's where I kind of split the thought that if it is for sale, it's for financial capacity. But if you're distributing it for no charge or for a nominal charge, that you're kind of on the operational capacity realm. And the question then comes to, are the key considerations of current operational value applicable to the measurement of those biological assets in scope of IPSAS 27? And with that, I thought to kind of split current operational value in its particular parts of saying is the amount the entity will pay. So it's an entry value, it's entity specific, least costly manner, remaining in service potential, and that existing asset use and location. The thought why the recommendation is that COV does not apply for IPSAS 27 kind of comes down to that. When we think of an entry price would include your acquisition costs, what you incur to obtain that asset. And then the thought is like, in this case, we're looking to sell or distribute that asset. And the more relevant cost will be from an exit price perspective. And that's why the thought is it doesn't apply to be an entry value, an entry price. Then the next one is when you're thinking of the cattle, the beef, the apples, the value of those type of like assets is determined by supply and demand in the market. It doesn't change because the entity decides is public or private, or it decides to sell it or distribute it from that perspective. So the thought that a measurement base that reflects more of the general market risks and opportunities will be more reflective. And the thought is that a non-entity specific measurement base will be more relevant to measure biological assets. And the last point kind of comes to existing asset and use. When COV was developed, there was a lot of discussion on the highest and best use, and that you needed to measure that asset based on how you were using it. Like if it's a school, you can measure it as a office building. So within the conceptual framework, it discusses the assumption that COV makes that the asset will continue to be used, therefore it would not be sold. And then the thought from staff and the task force was that sold and distribute are similar. You're not going to dispose of that asset. And therefore the idea that you're not going to dispose of it is not applicable for biological assets, because as we spoke with the previous example illustration, is that when that biological transformation ceases, is either you're going to either sell or distribute that particular biological asset, and therefore that thought would not be applicable from that perspective. These are the reasonings as to why this task force and staff are recommending the COV is not applicable for biological assets. Does the IPSASB disagree with this recommendation? Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. Andrew.
So I guess I disagree for the reasons contained in the paper. I don't view it that an entry basis is not appropriate. I think if you can have the option to go and purchase half an apple or the apple and you're going to use that to distribute, I don't see why an entry basis would be not relevant and an exit basis is the only relevant basis there. I think in terms of it being an entity specific versus a market perspectives view, I think, again, I don't see why, based on what I am going to do with that apple or that biological asset, shouldn't be reflected in the cost that I'm willing to pay for it. That's the cost of me delivering through my service potential, and it just happens to be a biological asset. So I guess I'm not sold necessarily there on the COV yet. The way I could sort of get around it is that I guess I don't necessarily see that there would be a material difference between COV and fair value potentially in this case. I think the last comment I just want to make on this is, I don't know if we should conclude on this yet, or if we should wait until we've looked at, for example, inventory. You noted that, you know, these items would potentially move out of the standard into inventory or something along those lines. It might be worthwhile seeing what our analysis says in those standards, because there is this interaction, and just make sure that as a package, it continues to work.
Dave, you want to comment on what Andrew said?
It was almost just to echo something that Andrew said that helped convince me. You said that you didn't know whether you could see a difference between COB and fair value in this case, and that's to some extent where I landed. Augustina talked a little bit about entity value versus market value, and I thought in the case of an apple or grain, I didn't think there were dual uses. I didn't think there was a highest and best use versus another use. So I thought, and this doesn't come through in the paper because we didn't want to go in this direction, but I thought it might also, the IPSASB might be overcomplicating a standard by putting in COV and just adding additional analysis for preparers. So again, this doesn't really flow through the paper, but I just thought it was something that I'd add to the board because it's raised, and I thought it was a good point to make.
Ross.
Maybe I'm missing the point of it, but I don't know how we could say we'd be comfortable there might not be a material difference. If we're talking agriculture, we're talking about the fruit on a plant that we already own. And if it's an entry price, it could be vastly different than the market price for that apple, because it would be my cost to produce that apple. I already have the trees. They produce apples every year. So it might almost be nothing. So if that's what we want to reflect, I'm just a little bit not sure I understand that, because I mean, I have the apples every year. The trees produce apples. I have to water them. I have to give them nutrients, fertilizer to keep them growing. But that's my price for the apple. Compared to a market price to go out in the commodity market and buy apples, I don't think they'd be anywhere near the same in most cases. But again, I don't understand, maybe.
Agustina, and then I'm going to move on around the board.
I think my thought from that point, Andrew, is when I think of your exit versus your entry price, that makes a difference is when I'm thinking of cattle. If I'm thinking of, I'm going to sell that cattle, I need to account for the fact that I have the cattle in my farm and I'm going to have to drive that cattle somewhere else to slaughter that cattle. When I side story, I have friends that actually grow cattle. They do pay that cost. But the literature shows that as compared to when you're buying the cattle, you go to the place and you buy that cattle. So I think there is a price difference from that perspective. And that's why I kind of pointed that out to myself. And I guess for me, when we're thinking the differences between fair value and your COV, we're talking about fair values and exit price, COVs and entry price. So I thought it was relevant to kind of highlight those key characteristics as to why we differentiated the two measurements. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to carry on around the table and we'll see where others are before we loop back. So I've got Patricia, then Todd, then Liang.
Thank you. I agree with the recommendation, but for different reasons. I think the argument is based on the financial capacity, non-operational capacity, because or economic benefits. Economic benefits can maybe inflow or avoid outflows. In this case, I think it's avoid outflows to have, for example, inventory. And then because this, I think it's not in the end, considering the biological assets is a natural resource that is explored to have economic benefits, then fair value is applicable. And consider the agricultural produce, in the context of IPSAS 27, I use fair value to the initial recognition. I need to indicate a value for the inventory, for example. Then I think that the logical, the rationale here is related to economic benefits. It's not related to operational capacity. In some, I agree with the recommendation, but not with the arguments in the paper. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So I just want to sort of carry on round and then we'll see where we get to. So I've got Todd, Liang, Mari, and then Lynn.
Thanks, Ian. I think when I first was thinking about this issue, we'd created a narrative around fair value was relevant where you were holding something for financial capacity and COV for operational. And for some agriculture in the public sector, it's not held for the money you're going to make from it. But I quite like where Patricia has got to in the thinking, because I think it's really important that we can explain to our constituents. You might have a prison garden that you're growing a whole lot of fruit, vegetables or whatever, or, you know, raising animals, whatever it might be for operational purposes, but we need to be able to explain, probably through a basis for conclusions, that, you know, we acknowledge that they might be held for operational purposes, but at the end of the day, it makes sense for them to be valued in a way not using COV, but we really need to articulate that well and the basis for conclusions. And I think there's something to think through in terms of what Patricia has raised there, because I certainly started out in the place, well, it's held for operational purposes. Why are we debating it? But I can see why we've ended up with something that is more aligned to fair value.
Thanks, Todd. Liang next, and then Mari, and then Lynn.
Agustina, can you turn back to the chat, the Apple chat? Yeah. Actually, I'm one member of the task force, and during our conversation call, actually, I suggest Agustina to add another chat about animals, because in my point of view, I think plants are different to animals. If we look at the chat, actually, we can see the tree, they are berry plants. Actually, they have been put into the scope of IPSASB PPE. So it is not within the scope of our discussion. And actually, for plants, we can see that those within the agriculture standard, it's only those apples. It is quite straightforward that those apples, after the point of harvest, they are inventory. And those apples on the tree, actually, because at the end day, actually, they will turn into the apples. So I think it is straightforward that you can see that because the end plant is apple, so the apple on the tree should be at fair value, measured at fair value, it should make sense. Then maybe we can look at the animals. Actually, I'm also struggling about animals because as we can see for the cattle, those cows and bulls, they are recorded as productive biological asset. Actually, they have some similar features to berry plant because maybe one of the major purpose is to produce we say actually in Chinese standard we say there are two animals. One is we say productive biological asset, and the other we say consumable biological asset. So actually, this beef cattle, we will say they are consumable biological asset. So my thinking is even they are productive biological asset, but when we do not they to produce consumable biological asset, maybe we can still use them for the purpose such as for eating purpose. So these animals may be different to berry plant, which for which the only purpose is to produce produce apples. So I suppose this is one of the main reasons why when IPSASB amend the scope of the agriculture standard, they still put the productive biological asset for animals into the scope of IS 41 because the different feature between plants and animals. So this is my thinking process. So I think if we thinking in this way, maybe we'll be more comfortable. Even they are productive biological asset, those productive animals, we can still put into the scope for measurement basis, for fair value measurement basis. Yes, I hope I has explained my thinking process.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
very much, Liang. I think that is helpful understanding how you thought it through. Mary, then Lynn.
Thank you. From my point of view, we have to carefully scrutinize the IPSASB 27, paragraph 9, agricultural activity, and which is agricultural activity. And so the example, we can see the appendix A examples. And so the one thing is agriculture applied in the agricultural activity. However, the other thing, for example, the timber plantation forest is for sales. And so it's based on the fair value. It is applicable, and however, the public sector has so many biological assets for maybe the public interest, and so we have to carefully scrutinize which is the agriculture activity or not, and so we have to take so many examples and scrutinized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Agustina, you're hovering, I can see. Before I go to Lynn.
Yes, I think just because my thought was, as I was looking at this IPSASB, it was that same question, thinking what biological assets are in scope. And I think the earlier discussion on natural resources was kind of popped up on thinking when you mentioned forest. But I think one of the things that the standard kind of highlights is that to be considered part of the scope of IPSASB 27, you have to manage it. So let's say then in Canada, you have a provincial park where trees are growing. If you're not managing that for timber, it's not in scope. You have to be managing the quantity and the quality of those trees to include it within the scope of IPSAS 27. And even when this IPSAS was published by the IPSASB, one of the decisions made was to create a scope out certain agriculture, like biological assets were more for the service delivery, in the sense that if they're not actively managed for the output and the quality, then they're not in scope of IPSAS 27. And that might be the example when you're thinking of recreational or things that you're doing, but you're not necessarily actively managed saying, I want more quality, I want more output out of that. You have to be doing that to be in scope.
Thanks, Agustina. Lynn.
So I wanted to thank Patricia, actually, because when I read this paper, I wanted to get to the conclusion, but I was struggling to get to the conclusion. And I think the reasons that Patricia's put forward on this particular one, I found really helpful and compelling. I think when we developed COV, we got into this very linear thinking about, we all thought what we knew was our purpose of holding the asset, financial capacity, fair value, operational capacity, COV, and we got very sort of strict about that. And actually, I thought it was a really helpful reminder, because I sort of wanted to get to the conclusion in the paper, but I wasn't getting there on the arguments. And at one stage, I was then in the sort of camp that Andrew was in, which was, well, isn't fair value a proxy for COV? Is that a better way? But I actually think that Patricia's arguments was much more compelling. And I think if we adopt that argument here, we ought to also think about it in future analyses that you bring back to the board. And I guess that was the point I wanted to sort of make, that it might help us in the thinking that you're going to have offline about strategic investments, but it also might help us when we come back to look at the other topics. And so it was an encouragement to use it in other topics as well.
Thanks, Lynn. So I think what I'm hearing is that the board, and Andrew, I'll allow you to comment in a moment, but I think we're kind of getting to agree with the conclusion, but as Lynn has explained, it's actually the reasoning that members feel actually needs revisiting, and that would help us then as we move forward. So I think that's the instruction to staff and the task force, that we agree with the conclusion, but we want the that thinking underpinning it. If we can go back on that in the way that Patricia sort of initiated that conversation, and I think was supported by the other members. I mean, I think there is the one caveat probably on that is, I think we do need to, in developing that, I think also have regard to the discussion that we will have on inventory, because clearly that's an important linkage, and I think that came out at a number of points in the discussion. For example, Liang's discussion as well. I think that's so I think that's probably the summary of where we get to the conclusion. Yes, reasoning needs revisiting, and we need to just double check that back when we've also looked at inventory, and that may well, I think inventory is in the next batch, so that works with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I'll pass it to John.
Okay, thanks very much. The purpose of agenda item 11.2.7 is to determine the scope of the work which is going to be done on impairment. And the proposal is that the work should focus on the components of recoverable service amount in IPSAS 21. And two aspects of that. Firstly, and these are listed in paragraph 11 of the paper, is the revised exit-based fair value definition appropriate for recoverable service amount? And secondly, is current operational value an appropriate surrogate for value in use of a non-cash generating asset? Now, when we looked at value in use in the context of a conceptual framework, I think we realized that it's quite a tricky concept in the public sector context of non-cash generating assets, and therefore we slightly tweaked the way in which it's addressed in the conceptual framework. So we didn't include it as one of the elements in the conceptual framework, but we didn't actually pass judgment on whether or not it's an element. We don't think that the scope should include areas of IPSAS 21 that are not directly affected by IPSAS 46. So we don't think there's a case for looking at areas like indicators of impairment, recognizing and measuring an impairment loss, reversals of impairment, and the redesignation of assets from cash generating to non-cash generating. Nor do we think there's a case for reopening IPSAS 26, because IPSAS 46 was quite clear that the new definition of fair value would be used in IPSAS 26. That was foreshadowed by Exposure Draft 75, and there was no, as I understand it, there was no pushback against that proposal. So the issue is whether any members disagree with the recommendation that the focus of this limited scope update should be on the components of recoverable service amount in IPSAS 21. That may seem narrow, but if we look at IPSAS 21, there's a considerable amount of supporting detail on the three methods of determining value in use. So potentially we'd be looking at those and looking at the necessity of those were we to go down the route of determining, saying current operational value is an adequate surrogate. Okay, at that point, through the chair, I'll ask for views.
Okay, so is anybody disagreeing with this is where we should focus? Claudia.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm disagreeing. I just want to have some clarification. We mean by that we will focus on the components of recoverable service amount, that we focus on the definition so far it's recoverable service amount is defined as the higher of fair value less cost to sell and the value in use of a non-cash generating unit. So it could be that at the end that a new definition will be and not just it will be higher of fair value and maybe COV or something like that. So it's open what it could be.
Yeah, that's right. Firstly, at the moment, a little bit of background, because this is fairly historic. When this standard was developed 20 odd years ago, the IPSASB took IAS 36 as the starting point. The IPSASB made certain modifications. I think the most significant modification was that in a non-cash generating context, the term recoverable amount was replaced by this notion of recoverable service amount. Recoverable service amount is the higher of fair value less cost to sell and value in use, which was defined as the present value of the remaining service potential. So, yes, it's open that we may modify the definition of recoverable service amount. That's right. And Claudia, offline, you've talked to me about some of the difficulties you've had with these three methods of determining value in use of a non-cash generating asset. they're detailed in IPSAS 21, and IPSAS 21 does give some guidance on when they should be used. But I wouldn't pretend that I find that is straightforward. Okay.
Thank you, John. I mean, I think this clearly what this says is, you know, this was a discussion that was had, you know, way back. We've now got new guidance. We need to think this through holistically, and then it's the question of the consequences coming through. And I think, you know, again, this may well be an example of, you know, as Lynn highlighted, actually, if we're getting our thinking straight, we're going to need that here, and in terms of what conclusions we come to and what in the underpinning guidance is required in terms of that. Camilla and then Len.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with the staff recommendation. I just wanted to clarify whether, so in paragraph 11B, you're suggesting that, okay, you will analyze whether current operational value could replace then the value in use in this standard. But then you're talking also that about the three approaches. Couldn't we consider those three approaches as measurement techniques of COV?
My view is that we've done the work on COV and we've determined what the measurement techniques are for COV. So I wouldn't see us redebating those measurement techniques. I think we'd be saying, well, first of all, if COV is an appropriate surrogate for value and use of a non-cash generating asset, or if COV should, going back to Claudia's point, that COV should actually be brought into the definition of recoverable service amount. We'd be looking at that without preempting discussion, because I think we'll be looking at this in September. My view would be that we would probably lose some of that guidance. Because
can we not get ahead, John? I'd rather just get the agreement that this is the focus for the discussion, and then we'll do the analysis and bring it back in September, because I don't want to start the debate yet. I just want to get the terms of engagement agreed. So Lynn, to you.
Two observations. John, I thought it was helpful that you reminded us that when we took value in use out of the conceptual framework, we deliberately didn't make an opinion about its continued suitability at standard level. So I wouldn't want you to come back with papers that say it's not applicable now because it's not in the conceptual framework, because we didn't make that decision about it not being suitable. So I think that's important to remind us of that. On this one, I can accept the recommendation. I just had a question though in my mind about, would it be more beneficial to see COV out there and used a bit before we did this project? We're going to be talking in the very theoretical. So I just wondered about allocating staff resource now to this versus doing this at a later date when we've had the experience of people implementing COV in practice. So I don't disagree with the recommendation. I'm happy if you think it is appropriate to do that now, but I did just wonder whether or not we should direct staff resources now if we were short of resources. Is there an argument that says, let COV play out first and then come to this afterwards?
Ross.
Take your point. It'd be nice to see how COV kind of winds out and how people use it. But I would say that would apply to the entire project, not just the impairment part. So if we were going to pause on impairment, then I don't know why I wouldn't stop on the rest. Don't think it's a huge piece of work on the impairment side. I think the applicability side is the bigger piece, but I think if, we've got John specifically to continue doing this, and I'd rather we continue with it now if we're going to take the broader applicability of COV forward as well.
I mean, I think perhaps, going with what you said, Lynn, I would say that, and I think this is where, the strength of the board can come in, because I think, as we've identified, Claudia's got some problems in practice, and I think, other members will have their own examples in mind. Probably the halfway house is, look, we're not going to do a major wholesale review of this, but I think at least conceptually we should say, where do we think the thinking that we've got to leads, what we've already done leads us to, and then I think that's where collectively as a board we can chat and say, well, okay, do we think there's a major issue here, or basically how does that, and let's just have that conversation at that point in time, because I think there's probably one of the questions that was raised already a while back is actually, well, if we've got COV on, our constituents going to be confused if we don't start using it. So I think there's arguments either way, and I think let's do the thinking between now and the next meeting, see how that plays out with the examples in practice, and then make a decision at that point, if that's okay. So I think, the sense I'm getting is that we do need to have a look at this core issue, as staff have proposed. I think we do need to have a look at it in the round, as I think, Lynn has sort of pointed out, and then, see where we go as a result of the analysis at the next meeting, and also just in terms of our combined experience in practice. Okay.
I don't think there's anything further from me, Chair. So thanks, everybody.
Okay. So with that, I think we're through.
Yes, we're through. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Well, thanks very much, everybody, for some very good contributions at the end of quite a long day, I think. Ross, anything from you process-wise? I think we start retirement benefits tomorrow morning.
Yes, exactly. We're right on. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, but no changes to tomorrow at the moment. Start with retirement benefits.
Okay, thanks everyone. And I would just note that the press release has now gone out on the climate related disclosures project. It'll be interesting to see the reaction that we start to get. It's out there both as a press release, but also on social media. Good. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone, and get some rest. And we'll start again tomorrow morning on retirement benefit plans. Thank you.